differences. But together, we can win these fights. We have to be vocal. We can't be put in the corner. And again, if we had an honest media, if they didn't suffer or be able to get away with liberal privilege, we'd be talking about the reality. So stay in the fight, stay engaged, and God bless America!
Turning Point Action welcomes Donald Trump Jr.
What's going on, Turning Point? Are you guys doing well? Oh, I love to see this. Okay, so I am leaving from here. I have to run to Dallas to open up for your favorite president. So I told Charlie, it's like, I got to do it, but I got to go early. And I was like, it's probably going to be empty. So I am pleasantly surprised that you guys are here, and that's awesome because that's the kind of involvement we need right now, guys. If this was any other crowd, I'd be giving the I told you so speech. But you knew it, right? I mean, we had this conversation this time last year. I said this is what's going to happen, and lo and behold, it has. We've ceded our energy independence. We've ceded our place on a global stage as a leader fighting for democracy. Every day when I wake up now, I feel like we must have had hit bottom already, right? And that's the one place where I said Joe Biden has overperformed. I thought it would take him at least 4 years to destroy America. He's crushing it, folks, in a bad way, but he's a dominant force in blowing it. All he had to do was nothing. Just sit back. Shut up. Don't open your mouth, because when you do, you embarrass yourself and 350 million Americans. Where's the lie? I don't want to see CNN fact check that one, right? But think about it. All the things we said would happen did, right? Remember? We're not going to be against fracking. We would never do that. A couple days before the election. Day one. Executive order. Right? We're going to be tough on Russia, unlike Trump, who had the toughest sanctions in the history of modern America on Russia, but they're going to be tough on Russia. No, we're just kidding. We're going to give them a pipeline that we blocked for 4 years. Ted Cruz is now trying to keep blocking it through the Senate. Because remember, folks, it's okay for Russia to have a pipeline, to make billions, to be energy independent, to leech off of Europe. But you can't have that. You can't have the good-paying jobs associated therewith. You can't have the national security component of not being tied to people in, say, the Middle East and the rest of the world that may not have your best interests at heart. But Russia can. And to top things off, not only can Russia have it, but the U.S. can have the privilege of sending billions more dollars to NATO to protect Europe from the Russians that they are enriching. Liberalism is a hell of a drug, folks. Okay? I mean, this crap will make you crazy. But it's not just that. There's the social components, right? My alma mater is leading the charge in some of the wokeism today. Have you seen that female swimmer? Right, at UPenn. At first I was like, maybe it was like a Wharton School of Finance thing, like they're figuring out how to arbitrage wins in women's swimming. And you want to know the best way it seems to do that? Bring in a male swimmer. I mean, but what's even scarier is that there are women who work their asses off, and I apologize for the language. I know this is a much nicer and friendlier crowd than I am, but they spent their lives trying to reach the pinnacle of success in a sport, only to be beaten by, 38 seconds in the 500 freestyle? 38 seconds, 38 seconds in swimming is a long time, folks. And I laugh about it a little bit because I know the woke people at the school probably thought this was a wonderful idea. I'm sure a lot of the females on that team are probably super anti-MAGA. They hate everything that we all stand for here collectively, right? I'm sure they preach that stuff on a daily basis. And now they're getting beat by 38 seconds after spending their whole lives achieving a certain goal. So what I want to know is, guys, where are the feminists? Right? Where are they? They're strangely silent on this one. Because you know it's only going to get worse, right? The same people who fought for Title IX are now dead silent as people who will eventually arbitrage the situation, right? If you're a journeyman male athlete and you want to go to college on a scholarship, guess what? Have I got a plan for you? It's probably not for me, but definitely not for me. If it was for me, that would be big news. But there are people that would do this. I'm like, I don't know. Maybe it's worth it. They're all missing, folks. Just like our leadership is missing, and more importantly, just like our common sense is missing. Right? Again, we can talk about rock bottom, and we can disagree on certain policies. We can watch the disaster that's unfolding, right? Peaceful protesters equals rioting, arson, lunatics. It doesn't matter. If you're on one side, you're totally protected. You're totally immune. Not just from prosecution, but from even criticism, right? You see that today. The left, and not the radical part of the left, but actual mainstream thought leaders are out there literally canonizing, making heroes of actual pedophiles. Right? I'm with you on this. Apparently CNN is not. True story. Where's the lie? Right? 2 in 1 week. One was investigated for 17 months. What did they know and when did they know it? Because it seems that they would have known about it. But those same thought leaders called Joseph Rosenbaum and some of the other people in the Kyle Rittenhouse, they were heroes. Imagine that. Imagine being in the United States of America in 2021, but at any other point in time in history, and saying a dude that went to prison for raping 5 young boys, as young as 9, somehow is out of prison, probably because of the lunatic policies of the radical left, right? They let them out. Then has a gun, that's not a talking point, right? When the criminal gets the gun illegally, shouldn't have it, totally fine. Because as long as he's rioting for the leftist cause, as long as that can be weaponized against a person like Donald Trump or any other conservative, it's fine. You can come burn down our cities. We won't talk about it. Burning down the federal courthouse all over the West Coast, taking them over, trapping police inside. That is not an insurrection, folks. But if your grandmother was somewhere within 200 miles of Washington, D.C. on January 6th, they're being investigated by the FBI. Right? Talk about an agency who's lost its way. And what's funny is this. We do have to make the distinction. I was at events last week. 6 FBI people came up to me. I'm like, oh, God, what'd I do now? Russia, 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 Russia? Is it something else? Like, I don't know. And it was exactly the opposite. They came up to me and apologized. Right? Because we have to make the distinction between leadership and the door kickers. The guys that carry the guns, and by the way, one of them, a lady carrying a gun, they get it. They're more ashamed than we all are of what's happened to the leadership. But it's the lawyer, bureaucrats at the top, the guys that have never touched a gun, that have managed to infiltrate all aspects of our government, of our institutions. They're the ones that are controlled by the left. And that's because we have allowed it to happen. Right? That's why watching a group like this here means so much to me. It's why I got my butt on a plane and flew all the way to the West Coast to speak for half an hour only to fly back. Because we are the front line of freedom. We are the front line of liberty. And if we band together, we can take on these institutions. But we got to do it together. Okay? That's where we've gone wrong for a long time. And if you've been and seen me speak here, you've heard me say it 1,000 times. But guess what, folks? If we get together, they cannot cancel us all. Okay? They won't. And this will be contrary to a lot of our beliefs, because I'd love not to have to participate in cancel culture. I'd love that it didn't exist. But as long as it does, folks, we better be playing the same game. Okay? We've been playing T-ball for half a century, while they're playing hardball and cheating. Right? We've turned the other cheek, and I understand sort of the biblical reference. I understand the mentality. But it's gotten us nothing. Okay? It's gotten us nothing. While we've ceded ground in every major institution in our country. Right? We've given up academia. Okay? When I've spoken with Charlie for a long time. When I met him, he was a young man. But we sat there and we gave it up. We gave out academia. We gave up pop culture. And by the way, a lot of the people in pop culture, they don't believe the BS they're selling. I promise you this. And we all know this, right? But there is no consequence to selling it. Right? You see it. Even now, what's been great, and there'll be a couple of them here today, even country music, where you know exactly what they're thinking. I was friends with a lot of those guys. Like, man, if I say something, my record label's going to cancel me. And now, there's guys that are speaking up. Jason Aldean, others, John Rich is now speaking up. They're saying enough is enough because decency is out the window. Right? So they got pop culture. They got sports and academia. Right? The grooming grounds for our children. But again, they've taken over the upper echelons of law enforcement. Right? FBI, CIA, you don't have to look too much further than the last couple of years. You don't have to look too much further than the last couple of months of who in America gets prosecuted and who's nothing to see here. It's a disgrace. But even worse, they've taken over the upper echelons of our military. Right? I mean, we talked about rock bottom a little bit, but did you ever think you'd be in a situation as Americans where we would watch our military pull out of a 20-year war prior to getting and taking care of our civilians? Guys, we can disagree about policy and a lot of other things, but that was the one that I woke up was like, oh my God, what happened to our country? I mean, think about it. We have generals, right? General Milley, he testified before Congress. I could not have seen this coming. Really? Like, you've been there for 20, you could not have seen this coming? You know who could have seen it coming? Everybody! If you could not have seen this coming, you not only should not be in the military, you should not be in military leadership, you should probably not be in charge of a McDonald's. Right? Everybody saw it coming. My 8-year-old saw it coming. He was asking me like, Dad, I don't understand. I'm like, I don't either. They're idiots. But again, there's no consequence to losing wars. There is a consequence to not being woke enough because they really wanted to learn about white rage. Remember that one? This is a term that none of us had ever even heard of. They're making up stuff as they go along to justify the nonsense. Right, sir? I mean, they're going to preach critical race theory. I'm not sure how that makes us better warfighters. They're going to throw people out of the Marines who are probably, let's call it, in peak performance, totally not susceptible, right, to the coronavirus. Right? If you're 90, it's maybe different. If you have a pre-existing condition, it's different. If you're an active duty Marine, you're insane if you have to jam it down their throats or throw them out of the U.S. military for it. And yet, here we are. They're doing this. You see fighter pilots resigning. You know, our most elite warriors saying, yeah, we're just not doing it. And you start to wonder, is that on purpose? Right? Our most elite warriors, right? You've seen Rob O'Neill talk about this, the guy, the SEAL who killed bin Laden, be like, yeah, we weren't so bad when you sent, whatever it was, 27 conservatives to go kill bin Laden, that. But it's almost as though they're doing it on purpose because they don't care about winning wars, right? Lloyd Austin, our Secretary of Defense, 2-3 weeks ago said, after China tested a hypersonic nuclear-capable missile, right? He said, maybe we should probably focus some of our energy back on China. Right? Like, are you kidding? It's all you should have been doing. But no consequence. Right? You keep getting your promotions as long as you're really woke. If you're not, if you're a conservative, if you express those opinions, even subtly, you'll just never get promoted. I saw yesterday the Air Force put out a new logo for their diversity, inclusion, and whatever the hell the other part of the acronym is. Equity, that's right. Because we got a plant here. No. Because again, it's not about giving everyone an equal shot to succeed. It's about guaranteeing an equal outcome. They are bringing memes to life. And as a general in the meme wars, I appreciate this, but like, a month ago, I put out a meme which was the Republicans, it's a B-52, all black, dropping bombs. This is Republican policy. Below it, it was a B-52 dropping bombs decked out in the pride flag and like BLM signs and all this other stuff. Dropping bombs. That's the Democrats, because it's the same thing. You just got to do it with a woke veneer. And I'm looking at the two logos, I'm like, oh my God, they turned a meme into life, because there is a plane, a bomber, made up of the colors of the pride flag, and this is going to be, just look at my Instagram. It's real. Like, so you think they're joking at this point, but they're not. Right? What do you think our enemies are doing? They're laughing. You think that China is thinking about, we got to make sure we have plenty of trans pilots just... Hey, by the way, I'm 100% fine with it if all of them were, if they were the best pilots. But that is not their focus, right? It's not about finding the best ones, right? Just like when they talk about the breakdowns of the labor force between men and women. Why don't they ever talk about that there's a grossly underrepresented portion of society? There's a grossly underperforming component of female bricklayers, and I think that's a disgrace. Right? Jordan Peterson was talking about this the other day. How come that's not a problem? Maybe no one wants to do that job. Maybe there's not some sort of nonsense woke component to each and everything that we do in our lives. And yet they would have you believe that it is. So that's why we have to band together, folks. The pendulum has swung so far, it has overcorrected so much. The mainstream left has lost their minds. What? That's probably true, but no, I'll say this. It has changed, right? When you say it, there was a time where the Democrats actually represented hardworking men and women. That is true. It's a long time ago, I agree. Not during my lifetime. They've been able to carry forward the brand from 70 years ago to fairly recently as though that was still true, but it's not, right? You said, what was the Democrat congresswoman who was hosting wine and cheese parties? I think she was from Illinois. To teach other Democrats how to speak to their constituents. She was doing this. They had focus groups on how to talk to the people. Like, if you're going to go be in Congress and represent your neighbors, you probably shouldn't need someone to teach you how to talk to them. You know, I don't know how to talk to the peasants. We gotta. But that's the mentality, right? They're better than you. You don't know it. We must govern you harder because you're incapable of making a decision for yourselves. I mean, if that's not the mentality, I don't know what is, right? So they're out there doing that, and they don't know how to speak to their neighbors because they've been focused elsewhere. So there are still moderate Democrats. They are just not represented in government, and that's the problem. The moderate Democrats are voting for people who will pretend to be moderate, but you cannot become an elected official today and actually be moderate, right? There's no California money, there's no Soros money, there's no, the billions that are flowing in from God knows where. No interest. And you've seen what it's done, right? Now you see some of the leaders of some of these most woke cities. What was it? I guess it was the mayor of San Francisco the other day. Okay, we got to stop this crap. You mean it wasn't a brilliant idea to say that if it's under $1,000, you can just steal it. Who cares? If it's under $1,000, that's a pretty good living, folks. Do that once a day, 365 days a year. It's pretty solid. Especially if there's no consequence. What did they think was going to happen? Like, out of curiosity, I'm just trying to, you wake up and you think you're dreaming because no one could be that stupid, and yet they are. Each and every time. It's hard to believe. It's funny, I was talking to some friends the other day whose kids are, of college age. They said, they're going to NYU. And I go, I know your kid. How did they get into NYU? Just they're pretty conservative. He goes, no. They just wrote an essay with the mentality of what could be the dumbest thing I talk about. And I promise you, this was some serious. I was like, I'm impressed. They wrote an essay about if you were thinking how to one up the insanity, they did that as their college essay and got into NYU. Totally didn't believe a word of it. But Hey, don't hate the player, hate the game. So this is what's going on, and people are getting it. When I see young kids like yourselves coming out, I promise you guys, we're not alone. Okay, look at, what do you think is the biggest cultural phenomenon, probably of the last 50 years? New one. How about, Let's Go Brandon? You know there's another way to say that, but I will not condone that kind of behavior from you fine young individuals, okay? But think about it. It's probably the biggest new sporting tradition of the last half century, right? I can't name another one. It's carried on for a year. It's at every university. All over liberal universities, it's going on. Because people finally get it. They know, they see it. That's their outlet. When in history have the Democrats lost, at least partially, and probably a lot more than anyone will be willing to acknowledge for the same consequences we talked about before, right? When have they lost youth? That's how insane it is. That's how bad it's gone, right? The hypocrisy, the lies, right? You've all heard me do the Hunter Don Jr. comparison before, like, imagine it was me. I have a feeling they'd have a problem with all of the things that they said. How dare you? It's like, I don't know. If I was doing crack, you probably wouldn't give me the pass. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. That's right. I mean, that is not exactly what we'd call a high bar. Not doing crack. You know, in all fair, I appreciate it. I think it was a compliment. I'm not 100% sure because I'm saying, like, I don't know. Like, it's like the basics. Right? You know, and he took it a little bit further than that, obviously. And, you know, beyond the financial corruption and all of that, there's, you know, I think every one of our countries that is an enemy of ours has one of his laptops. Every one of them has a video of him naked doing crack with prostitutes. I mean, minor details. I'm sure they'd let it slide if I slipped into oblivion. So, what we have to do, guys, is band together. And what makes me very happy is actually seeing Republicans doing that, because Donald Trump opened the door for them. All right? It's all I could ask for. I just wanted them to learn to fight back. Right? And they have. And they're starting. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer than I'd like. Okay? Sometimes it takes a couple more calls from me and to be like, okay, I wish you would have gotten there 2 weeks ago, but, like, we're making progress. Oh, boy. Well, I appreciate it, because that's the greatest compliment someone could pay you. But the biggest thing what we need is people who are willing to take that heat, to take the slings and arrows each and every day. And until we have that bench, Trump is our guy, in my opinion, right? Like, until... But, you know, I read an article this morning on my way over here, okay? Kevin McCarthy, actually talking about Axios. When they take back over power, they are going to do to the Democrats what the Democrats have done to us for the last 5 years. Right? We should have started doing this back in 16. Okay? But guys, it's better late than never. I know Kevin, and I know he's doing these things, and I get it. No. Hey, sometimes, like I said, working in those systems isn't as easy as you think it is, right? It was hard for my father, because you want to come in and you want to say, hey, I'm going to be the bulldozer, but you got 500 people and their 10,000 donors all working against you. But when you understand it now, when you see it, that's important, guys, because I want to have that progress. If we're playing that same game, right, both hardball, we win, okay? Think about it. We win because there's no way that our elections, even as they are, should be as close as they are. Let me explain. All right? Say you're still within, rounding error, margin of error, 50. What do they have on their side? They have big tech, $1 trillion institution. Right? They have mainstream media, another probably $1 trillion institution. And they got social media, which we all use. Another $1 trillion institution. That's their marketing department. We're up against $3 trillion institutions, and it's still close. You know why? Because their ideas suck. Their ideas are garbage. But with multiple $1 trillion institutions defending you and working as your marketing department, it's easy to get some of those things through. But the problem is they've gone too far. People watched America burn, and we're told it was peaceful protest. We're told to not believe our lying eyes. Don't believe what you see. We're going to tell you. I remember at one of the rallies, I think it was Wisconsin, or the riots, they're going nuts. There's a reporter, it's mostly peaceful protesters. There's a building burning in the background, and he gets hit in the head with a brick on air. I'm like, I don't know, I don't see it. Right? You see the nonsense as it relates to Kyle Rittenhouse? You see, we got a little justice for Juicy. Right? I take a little bit of extra, what's called a schadenfreude. Sort of, when you take a little bit of joy in someone else's misery. I don't like to do that often. I don't do it at all. I'll make an exception for Juicy. Because he spent so much time, and also because I took a little bit of a risk on that one, right? Remember, consequences if you're our side. No consequence for being like, it totally happened, it's really believable. We hate every conservative who could question, right? I was the first sort of blue checkmark Twitter to be like, hey guys, I don't know about you, but this does not add up. I did that on the second day, the day after it, I think it was. I did this thing, I was thrown off social media, they wrote all sorts of articles about me, how I'm preaching hate. I'm like, I'm not preaching hate. No one's this stupid. But I was wrong. Jussie was that stupid. But he was only that stupid because he was so used to everyone taking his side. As long as you went against us, it didn't matter. You could get away with whatever you want, right? I don't see anyone thrown off of social media or fact-checked for the tweet saying it definitely happened and how terrible Trump supporters are. I go, what do you think the odds are of a Trump supporter surviving the streets of downtown Chicago at 2 a.m. in MAGA gear? I don't know, guys. Not too good. I set the over-under at about 15 seconds of life. But it didn't matter. So that's why, guys, there is some common sense prevailing. There are people tuning in that haven't been paying attention. Those same people who just said, hey, I just want to work hard to feed my family, put plate on the table, put my kids through school. Try to get them a good education where they're not being indoctrinated with the garbage we see here every day. Just want to do that. They're listening to a little bit of news in the background, and they assume it's at least somewhat real. They're waking up. They see it now. Bill Ackman, this is a good example during the Rittenhouse trial. Bill Ackman, billionaire New York hedge fund guy. He watched, he's like a Bolshevik. I mean, he's left of all the crazies. Funded most of them for years. Billionaire hedge fund guy from New York City. He started tweeting during the Rittenhouse trial. He said, I'm watching this with my wife, and it's so different than everything I've been told. I'm trying to figure out how Kyle Rittenhouse is a white supremacist after shooting 3 white guys. No, he did it seriously. It was like a well-articulated tweet thread. He then goes on to say, I had no idea that the people that they're making into heroes were actual pedophiles. I mean, I don't know, you'd think you wouldn't, doesn't mean they maybe deserve to get shot. But if someone's gonna get shot, it might as well be a pedophile. I would never condone. I'm not going to disclaim that one. It is what it is. Run with it, you jerks. It's a true story. But he's sitting there and he's doing this tweet thread. He goes, listen, I've been been reported about in the financial news for decades, and I read it and I'm laughing about how ill-informed it is and how many lies there are and how much nonsense it is. Because I'm in the deal. I know exactly what's going on, and what they're writing is nonsense. But then I turn the page, and I read another article on something that I am not a subject matter expert on, and I assume that it is accurate. And I've been assuming that for 30 years. But what I should probably have been assuming is that it is just as bad as the drivel that I've been reading in the financial side, where I do know what's going on. So he puts out this tweet thread, and the New York Times calls him. Sir, did someone hack your phone? Did someone hack your Twitter account? Because if you're on that side, you cannot break from the talking points. You cannot break from the norm. You cannot challenge the narrative. No matter how insane, no matter how ridiculous, you must obey. And that's what brought you Trump, folks, which is why we need guys who will not simply go along, who will challenge it. So when I see an article about the Republicans saying they're going to do that, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt, and I'm going to make sure that I'm out there every day holding them to task. Because if they don't, we're going to be loud about it, right? We don't need more Mitt Romneys. We don't need more Liz Cheneys. We don't need more crying Adam Kinzingers. But if you fight, we're all going to go to war for you. All right? So get involved, stay in the game, help those who are actual fighters. And I just want to thank all of you for being here, guys. You're just an awesome crowd. Keep doing what you're doing. As I said, you guys are the front line of freedom, of liberty, of justice. Fight for your country because it's worth it and because we love it. Thank you, Turning Point. Thank you, guys. I'll make sure to tell your favorite president you all said hi when I'm with them in like 2 hours, okay?
government was set up to do. It was to protect our rights, not to chip away at anything. There are more of us than there are of them. We need to be the ones bold, courageous, loud, louder than they are. They're after what it is that we represent. What I hope it is that we represent, because I want to represent it, is truth. This track record should have allowed all of us to anticipate nothing but negative, nothing but bad, nothing but tragedy would happen under this man's watch. Divided we fall, and united is where we need to be in order to stand. The status quo is going to go because the American people are taking our country back.
I'm a true champion.
Wow. Hey, everybody. Morning. Hey, Charlie. Governor, great to see you.
Thank you. I'm so glad to be here. Oh, all this good energy. Right on.
So we love having you at our events, and there's a lot happening in the country right now. So I just where do you think the conservative movement is? And isn't it inspiring to see this many young people from all across?
You guys have no idea how inspiring it is, and for old folks like me, to realize that you all are you're in the arena. You all paying attention to what's going on, but even more than that, you being engaged and proposing your own solutions, how we can take this back. And this helps people like me to stay really enthused about what's going on in the conservative movement.
So, Governor, this year there's been kind of the rise of the activist mom going to school boards across the country. Talk about the mama bears that are rising up and taking back America. Yeah, the mama bears. So, that was me like 30 years ago, before mama bears were cool. I was a mama bear. I, too, years ago, had recognized in my own town that, in my case, in my town, there were a lot of private property rights that were being infringed upon. So I ran for office and served on city council, then was elected mayor and city manager, and then I moved on up from there, realizing how important it is for moms and everybody else to be engaged in the local level. The most responsive and responsible level of government is that local level. And, that's where all the change really starts. That's where the change has to happen in our nation, again, in order for us to get this back. So, yeah, moms who will, like the mama grizzly, like what we have up there in Alaska all over the place, a mama's going to just rear up on those hind legs and protect her cubs. She's going to protect that next generation, doing anything that she can do to make sure that, that next generation is safe and secure and free. And so I think we have some students from Alaska. I asked last night. We have someone from Alaska here. They're right there. So you got a couple people. Yeah. Wow. That's a long flight. So Governor, but yet we've seen the Department of Justice and Merrick Garland now try and criminalize parents that are showing up to school boards across the country, calling them potential domestic terrorists. Why is the federal government doing that?
Yeah, I don't know, but it's like, bring it on. To me, that it's motivating. When someone like Merrick is yakking like that, that you're doing something right. So, let them do that. Let them do that. And let that be empowerment and fuel for you all when we are criticized and condemned and mocked, even for our activism. I use that as fuel. It just motivates me to get out there, even more aggressively. Again, that you're doing something right when you're ticking those people off.
Well, and what's been so inspiring is how more parents started to show up to these school board meetings. And we can't forget the dads who also showed up to these school board meetings as well. But we all know it really was the moms that was leading the movement in a variety of different ways. So, Governor, a lot of people say, I want to get involved, but I'm afraid that I might be called bad names or I might lose friends. Is it worth it?
Welcome to my world. That's just, yeah, it's worth it. It's worth it if you care at all about, our charters of liberty in this nation. If you care at all about what it means to be an American, and if you're concerned about, especially a younger generation, not understanding what it means to be an American, yeah, it's worth it. All that criticism. I live by that mantra too. A pastor out of Bethel in Redding, California, he had said, if you don't live by man's praise, you're not going to die by man's criticism. And I think about that all the time. Those who are going to criticize and, like I say, and mock and try to tell you to sit down and shut up, I just can brush that aside because I know that, it really matters not what man thinks of me and my activism. When you know that you're on the right path, you're doing the right thing, you just take those darts and arrows and it's fine.
I mean, you've been the recipient of such unfair treatment from the media. How do you handle that? And what's your advice for people to be able to navigate that?
Isn't it strange how, we're all wired differently. God puts within us, in our DNA, I think you too, an ability to take that, right? To take that criticism and to be able to brush it off. Because I really don't care at all what the critics say. Because, as I say, if I were hesitant at all in my beliefs in what I know that this country needs, then maybe I would give it more consideration, all that condemnation. But because I'm right, so it doesn't bother me what they're going to say because I know I'm right.
Now, Governor, there's a raging debate, even though there shouldn't be, about mandatory vaccines and the vaccine in general. And do you have some thoughts on that, Governor?
Oh, yes, I do. Yeah, and I'm glad you asked. Yeah. Yeah, well, do you remember Fauci had said, and he's just the biggest shyster out there on TV, you guys. Every time I listen to him, it drives me crazy because he's the most inconsistent talking head that, I've come across. Do you remember he said that if you had COVID, this was months and months ago, you would be naturally then immune, of course. So at the time, we were led to believe we wouldn't need to, have the shot, right? Well, then they changed their tune, and now those of us who have had COVID, they're telling us that even though we've had it and we have natural immunity now, that we still have to get a shot. And it'll be over my dead body that I'll have to get a shot. I will not do it. I won't do it, and they better not touch my kids either, because that's where the...
Well, Governor, some people say, though, I might lose my job. I might get kicked out of school.
Yeah, I know. And, I think if enough of us, though, rise up and say, no, enough is enough. There are more of us than there are of them. So for us to be hesitant and for us to kind of wait for somebody else to take this on and stand up and say, no, enough is enough. You need to all look around and realize that as you stiffen your spine and take those positions that are right, especially when it comes to government telling us what we have to inject in our own bodies. No. Realize that those around you, as you stiffen your spine, their spines too will stiffen. And there is an empowerment in a group like this where you all can realize and kind of feed off each other and really be strengthened to be able to stand up boldly, confidently, and tell government officials, no, get off our back. Get back on our side, get off our back, especially when it comes to this specific issue.
So let's see. So according to the federal government and Fauci, it's 100% safe and effective. So this needs to be done. I did this on our wonderful campus tour with our Turning Point USA chapters. I want you to listen to the question carefully. I want you to raise your hand if you or someone you know personally had a serious adverse event to this vaccine. Raise your hand. Almost every single hand in this room was raised. For the con artists that are the media, it's either what's going on here? Maybe there's something that is so beyond what's not being reported that when you have thousands of hands that go up in a room like this, I don't know about you, but I know personal stories of some very tragic reactions. Now let's go a step further. Let's say, raise your hand if you beyond reasonable doubt, you believe the vaccine contributed to the death of somebody that you know. Raise your hand. Look around the room. 2 people. We're not even allowed to talk about this. Are you kidding me? Governor, what's going on here? You just saw thousands of hands get raised, and I was very careful with how I asked the question, right? And let's pretend half of the people here are wrong. Is this a scandal?
Wow.
I mean, it's beyond anything we've ever lived through in our life, and we're not even allowed to talk about it.
Right, and that's the scary thing is, you know, well, really it's the thought police that are trying to crack down. When we're not allowed to talk about something, you know what that leads to? Those who don't want us to talk about something. Ultimately, they don't want us to think about something. And it is a thought police type issue. Because when you are afraid to speak a truth, well, they got you then. And then you're afraid to actually think that truth, then they really got you. And that's how they control people, okay? So you can't be afraid to talk about it. You can't be afraid to talk about the inconsistencies. This is it's such a joke, the inconsistencies. And you know, it's been one thing after another after another. And you need to ask yourselves too, how did we get to this point? You know, when one law or one mandate or some accepted protocol comes down the pike and we accept it, we're tolerant of it, but then it gets worse and worse and worse. I need to know, what is the catalyst? What's the catalyst where enough people are going to be able to really capture this issue and you know, join with me and others saying enough is enough? There's got to be something that happens that will really awaken people.
Well, I mean, I grew up being lectured by these really angry people screaming at me saying, my body, my choice.
Right.
And which, by the way, life begins at conception and every life is deserving of protection. And it's one of the most important fights of our generation to end abortion in our lifetime. I hope the media writes that in every single article. To end abortion in our lifetime and stop the slaughter of 1 million children every single year in America. And
that's why I love you guys. You guys get it. You understand this. And oh my gosh, it's just so empowering.
yeah, but some conservatives say, only talk about tax cuts. Like, yeah, no, when we have 1 million abortions every single year, I'm going to keep on talking about that. And I pray and I hope the U.S. Supreme Court repeals Roe versus Wade this coming summer.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. And I kind of feel like it's now or never, Charlie, with that issue. I mean, we have the opportunity finally. And, yeah, you know, back to the virus, though. It's not about a virus. It is about control. This is about government controlling the people. And look how easily they kind of herded us together, right? We're kind of a bunch of sheep for a while there. People just trusting what Fauci and others were telling us. And no, I think they've just taken it too far. You know, if they were serious about eradicating a virus, and there are more viruses on Earth than there are stars in the sky, we're never going to eradicate viruses. But if they were serious about this, our borders would be closed, and those crossing the borders, they'd be tested. that's evidence of what a joke this is.
Yes, and it's about actually criminalizing American citizens. Meanwhile, the 2 million people that are illegally entering into our country, they could do whatever they want. So I want to ask you, Governor, there's another issue that I think is really important that we're not supposed to talk about that is kind of around this theme that you and I have been kind of going back and forth which is the problem with tolerance. Now, I want you to, you're not allowed to say this out loud, which is exactly why I want to say this, because you see all these ridiculous bumper stickers as if tolerance is the most important value. No, we shouldn't tolerate evil things. For example, we shouldn't tolerate men in women's sports. Like, why is this even a question?
I know.
Right? And so, tolerance and apathy are attributes of a dying society. And tolerance has been weakness for the American project the last 20 years. Now, what people mean by tolerance is they mean don't be mean to others. Like, okay, I obviously believe that. I think that we should be Christ-like. But Christ was 100% grace on 100% truth. And this idea that we should be okay with the destruction of how God made man and God made woman, like, we shouldn't put up with this. And you have this person who I believe needs counseling and needs compassion and needs a pastor to guide him to kind of biological reality, who is basically destroying women swimming from the University of Pennsylvania. I don't know if you guys saw the story or not. This man who has some deep-seated mental problems, obviously, and no, I mean, I don't say that as a joke, by the way. I really hope he gets treatment. But, like, don't have your mental problems destroy women's sports for other people that don't have the same testosterone levels that you have. And that's the worst thing you could possibly do. And so, Governor, how do we save women's sports?
Yeah, and that's really important to me also. By the way, sports are, and healthy competition, I mean, that's just a foundation of mine. And in fact, I started my career as a sportscaster, and that's what I wanted to do, was report on not just women's sports, but men's sports. So to me, it's tragic what's going on. And doesn't it make you wonder who is okaying this stuff? Because normal people don't want to see that. Normal people would not. If you just ask man on the street, is it okay for that guy, that swimmer, you know, taking over the women's swim team, and of course smashing all the records.
He's winning by like 47 seconds. It's enough to take a nap, get a beer, and like go for a walk. I mean, in swimming, that's an eternity.
Right. So, I mean, I don't even have to ask in this crowd, right? How many of you think it's okay? Does anybody think
not
it's
in this
okay?
room?
And it's not just this crowd either. It is normal people. They don't think that it's okay. So it's just that minuscule percentage of people who happen to be kind of the self-proclaimed movers and shakers. They're the ones making these decisions. But I go back again to there are more of us than there are of them. So why do we tolerate things like this? And we get the government that we tolerate. So I am going to keep going back to saying, okay, what's it going to take, you guys? What is it going to take? What's that catalyst where enough people are going to say, this is out of control? So many things going on in our country. It's just crazy town what's going on. And it's so many un-American things happening. And yeah, you know, we talk about it amongst ourselves. I am such a proponent of getting out there in pop culture, though, infiltrating and influencing pop culture, because everything is downstream from pop culture. Instead of just preaching, you know, to the choir and within the four square walls of a church or anything else, we need to get out there. We need to tell those movers and shakers that we won't just sit back. We won't just take this, because if we do, you guys, they win in their drive to fundamentally transform America. Transforming us into something that is not going to be recognizable to you who love America. So, you know, we can banter about it and talk about it ourselves, but we got to get out there. And that's where the criticism comes in too. When you're willing to get out there, especially in pop culture, and affect change, yeah, you're going to be criticized, but you guys, it's worth it, and we need you too. We need the young people in this country to just be so passionate about it.
Well, and it's such an important point. So for years we were told that, well, how does it impact you if a man thinks he's a woman or a woman thinks he's a man. This is the lie of American liberalism, as if it's going to stop corroding everything that we love. As if like, oh yeah, we're just going to kind of allow people to go in whatever restroom they go in. Oh, now we don't have women's sports. By the way, at the pace we're going, we will tell our kids there used to be a thing called women's sports, just so we're clear. That is the pace that we are going. And part of it is that people are afraid of the names they're going to be called. They're afraid that they're going to be called transphobic, whatever that is, right? Actually, putting that aside, I do have a deep fear that the next generation is not going to respect biological and God-given differences between men and women. We should all be afraid of that. In fact, we should be terrified of that. And what this ends up creating in a lot of different ways is the most confused and miserable generation in American history, raised by a political correct regime that has been afraid to tell people things that are biologically and metaphysically true, because for whatever reason they might have someone angrily comment on their Instagram post or their Facebook post. And you said it perfectly, Governor. We get the government that we tolerate. And we've kind of had this idea that we can kind of just sit idly by and like, oh yeah, I might not agree with that, but as long as it doesn't impact me. Well, it's impacting all of you now. Is that same sort of like, well, it doesn't mean anything if they go into a restroom. Let me tell you a real story, and I'd love to get your comments on this, Governor. Like, what's the big deal with transgender bathrooms? How about you go to Loudoun County, Virginia, where you go look that father in the eye that got arrested at a school board meeting, try to complain about transgender bathrooms. They arrested him for doing that. Why was he there to complain? He was there to complain because his daughter got raped in the bathroom by a man who thought he was a woman, and then they sent the young man to another school where he raped again. What we are experiencing, what's the takeaway of this? Is that if we don't draw definitive lines of what is good and what is evil, what is right and what is wrong, then the whole society really starts to fall apart. But it comes down to this. It's impossible under the current regime to do that without being called bad names. It's impossible to do that without getting some hate. But guess what? That matters a lot more than whether or not you're going to get a bunch of Instagram likes or that people are going to think really highly of you. And so, Governor, do you want to comment on that?
Yeah. Well, I just love where you're going there with this encouragement for people to, regardless of what you're going to be called, again, taking that strong position. And it's just common sense anyway, man. It's not that difficult to take a stand on something like, how God created us, and DNA is not going to change just because you're going to dress the opposite sex or, to scar yourself up or something. No, your DNA is your DNA. You know what this comes down to, too, is bigger picture, a healthy fear of God that I think is lacking in our society. And I think that gets the whole idea of fearing God gets a bum rap because I think too many are conditioned to believe that that means that we need to be frightened of God and assume that his plans for us and the purposes that he's created within us aren't good. We need to individually change that mindset and understand how good God is and that his plans for us are so good. And we need a healthy fear of God. And that's why when you have that within you, then you're not going to mess with his plans, with his creation, with his perfection. That's what's lacking, generally speaking, in society today. So, those people of faith and people who understand who have this reverence for God and for his creation, we really need to be bold, and we need to put on a happy face and be happy warriors out there for the faith, letting people know how important it is, how worth it is to stand strong on God's word and on his principles, on truth. And really, you guys, how simple it is. It's easy. God doesn't make this really tough. If he made it tough on us, then, I think a whole lot of us would be crumbling and failing and really being lost. But God makes it pretty doggone simple. And if we just follow him, follow his ways, put our lives in his hands. If he is so perfect in the creation that he has provided for us, the natural resources for responsible use and everything else that he's created, all the beauty around us, then man, if he can do that, these wonders, then think what he can do in our little lives when we just put our lives in his hands. It's amazing where you will go, where he will send you when you're willing to follow him. But I digress.
No, I mean, a nation that forgoes God will crumble, and now that's why you have all these fake pseudo-religions replacing it. That's what the BLM movement was. That's what the kind of cult of Greta Thunberg was or is. And by the way, I feel bad for her. They're using her. They are. She's a victim in this. To use children for a political purpose is really wrong and disgusting, but it gives people purpose, right? When you remove a belief in a transcendent being or God or an omniscient, omnipotent creator, then you have a God-sized hole in your heart that you're going to try to fill with something else. These are all different manifestations of that. And this is exactly why they almost have religious kind of commitment to Anthony Fauci, because they have really no other kind of moral kind of position on that. And so I want to ask you, Governor, talk a little bit deeper about the Christian aspect of this. Do you believe there's a spiritual dimension to all of this?
Oh, I think spiritual warfare is raging in our country. And we need to really be aware of that. We need to recognize exactly, as Charlie is saying, the issues that we're facing today and the different personalities who are speaking to the issues. There's a lot of foundational spiritual warfare that's going on, and it comes down to good versus evil. I mean, and this is since the beginning of time, right? And the manifestations, as you're suggesting too, that we see today, things that we've been talking about, these specific issues we've been talking about, they are manifestations of the good versus evil, and our God-given rights, our right to freedom, if that's going to be taken away or not. Who do you think controls that? God doesn't want us to have less and less freedom. He wants us to be responsible human beings, voluntarily looking out for one another, not government telling us where we should be, providing aid and help, but voluntarily we making sure that our fellow man is taken care of. It comes down to darkness and lightness and good versus evil, and obviously that is a driving force in curriculum in schools and public schools. And I'm a product of public schools. My kids have gone to public schools. My parents, public school teachers. I'm rah public schools. But you know what the curriculum there is all about. Ultimately, it is about less and less freedom for the individual. And again, where do you think that comes from? That's not a God thing.
Yeah, and it's important to clarify what we mean by freedom. And so one of the great lies of modern America is that freedom is being able to do whatever you want to do whenever you want to do it. That is not freedom. It is not freedom to have a 9-year-old chemically castrate the way God made them. It's not freedom to have 12-year-olds doing marijuana recreationally. That's not freedom. In fact, that's the opposite of freedom. Liberty, or freedom as the Founding Fathers understood it in the classical sense, which we need to renew as conservatives, is the pursuit of virtue, of how you ought to live. Freedom and liberty means to go and live in the way that is meaningful and deep and is beautiful. And that's a complete difference, where some people say, we just want to have people to do whatever they want to do, however they want to do it. Now, I obviously don't think we should be regulating, I don't know how big your Slurpees are from 7-Eleven. I think that's kind of silly, obviously. But I think that this kind of idea that we need to be we just have to let people do whatever they want to do. Okay, well, in Oregon, taxpayer-funded minors are allowed to get gender transition surgery without the consent of their parents. So Are we supposed to kind of sit idly by and say, oh, well, people are allowed to do whatever they want to do? I'll give you another example. You have teachers that are now recruiting students into transgender lifestyles in California. Are we supposed to just kind of sit idly by and say, well, we can allow people to do whatever we want to do? If we don't protect those that can't protect themselves, including children, then what good is the conservative movement, everybody? We're like, oh, we're going to sit idly by. Who are we to say, like, no, we're not going to put up with that?
That's good.
And so it's important to recognize that, and everyone here knows this is true. And again, this is not a message that every young person wants to hear, but I really don't care, which is the least free people in the world are people that are addicted to either substances or things they can't get off of. They do whatever they want to do whenever they want to do it, and they wish they could stop. That freedom is actually the ability to navigate things that might make you feel good in an instant, delay gratification, delay your flesh, and go towards a higher plane of existence. And I think we need to articulate that as conservatives.
That's really, really good. That's good. And you know, are we not so blessed that our founding fathers recognized exactly that? And that's what our charters of liberty are all about, is, that freedom. And the way that Charlie is able to articulate that definition of true freedom, how they encapsulated that. They codified that freedom for us. They had such foresight. You know, they were, it's like providential and prophetic even, what they were able to accomplish there in their writings, that set up a structure that, it recognized and embraced and empowered freedom, but at the same time, there was a societal structure there that they did codify for us, so that people wouldn't just do whatever they wanted to do, because ultimately too many people who would choose to do that would harm one another. And so that they took care of that. So the foresight that they had, the issues that we're talking about today, it's like they predicted that kind of stuff way back when would be happening today. So they took care of it in our Bill of Rights and in our Constitution. And then with amendments henceforth, things have already been taken care of for us if we would just go back to that foundation, those charters, and live them out.
And it's just as applicable today. Why? It's because the Constitution was not written for the times. It was written to stand the test of time. Your college professors will never tell you this. Guess what? Human beings don't change. We're the same. Human beings are equally as sinful and screwed up today as they were in 1791, or they were in 700, or they were in 2500 BC. You're dealing with the same raw material. Guess what? The left doesn't believe this. This is why they're so into the transgender movement, because they want to be able to change humanity. This is why they're so into abortion. They want to be able to dominate the natural world at whatever inkling or kind of moment they want. Where we as conservatives recognize what Thomas Jefferson wrote, the laws of nature and nature's God. We realize there's a hierarchy, and this is it. Everybody in this room believes this. There is a God, and we are not him. It's that simple. And when you recognize those two things, all of a sudden, there should be a humility that sets in. Okay, Governor, we have 3 minutes remaining. This session is brought to you by Turning Point Action, so I want to ask you about the upcoming midterms. What do you think is going to happen?
Yeah, I think we're in really good shape because we have a lot of non-politicians running for political office, and that's what we need. It's refreshing. So I do think that we're in really good shape. I think traditionally, too, I mean, in midterms when you have, well, in our case, when you have buffoons running the show on a national level right now, people want anything but that. So, yeah, I think the vote's going to go our way. But, Charlie, oh, my goodness, I could just sit here and listen to you all day. You guys are so lucky that Turning Point USA has the leadership that it has. You blow me away. You are amazing. He's amazing. He's amazing. And Turning Point USA is very, very fortunate. So you suggested too about what goes on our campuses, right? Where there's this a drive to indoctrinate and to to usher in such a liberal agenda via groups maybe that are accepted on campus and everything. And here, Turning Point USA, you guys are like 3,000 campuses, high school, and you're not allowed, though, to be there recruiting on site, right? Other groups are. They're able to. So what you're able to accomplish, even with the numbers, with the effects that we're seeing today on all these campuses, that is going to change this country for the better, is Turning Point USA out there letting people know what truth is, and as I said earlier, empowering one another, making sure that people aren't ostracized and criticized so roundly that they want to hold back on speaking truth and being active. Turning Point USA is that group that is going to empower more and more young people in this nation, and that's how things are going to turn around.
Thank you. And Governor, I have to say in closing, you've been an inspiration to so many people of how you've kept good spirit and cheer despite some of the most degenerate people on the planet trying to attack you and trying to smear you. And I think that all of us that go through it on a microcosm, those of you on college campuses and high school campuses, I think we all can look up to Governor Palin because she's kept great cheer and optimism and has a wonderful family. You have not allowed the ugly people to try and make your own spirit lessen or darken. And that's a really important thing for all of you out there, because they want to try to bring you down with them. And Governor, I'm inspired by that, because some of you weren't even old enough to remember. A lot of you were 10 or so years ago. Boy, it's more than that. It was like 13 years ago when Governor was the vice presidential candidate. And it was it was a drive-by shooting that they enacted against the governor and her family of lies and of deception, and you really won that. I believe it, because they're still angry and you're still happy, and for that we thank you. God bless you guys, and please thank the governor.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Believe in individual rights. They don't believe in our freedoms. Well, that is communism, and we should stamp it out as soon as it starts. This is the kind of fake outrage that is dividing our Congress, along with the fake outrage on the news every single day that's dividing our people. We don't want to depend on China for anything. I consider myself one of the luckiest women on the planet because I'm an American woman, and I live in a country where through hard work I can be successful.
I love you too. So I've never been to one of these events before. I've heard a little bit about them. I've seen a little bit of this type of event before. And when I walked in yesterday, I was like, what kind of people come here? So I'm walking around and seeing some good people, and I see white people, black people, brown people, yellow people, and then there's talk of freedom and loving America and conservative principles. Some crazy people in here were talking about how much they love this guy named Jesus. And I heard someone I really like. I think I heard that a lot of people here like a guy named Donald J. Trump. And then I said, oh, I know exactly what this is. The left calls this a white supremacist party. Okay, I know what I'm going to now. No, I have to tell you, I am thrilled to be here, and I'm going to tell you a little bit about me. I'm one of those 3 name people. My name is Marjorie Taylor Greene. And I am a member of Congress, as much as they hate it. Believe me, they hate it. No, I'm very much just like you. I'm an American. I'm very proud to be a business owner, be successful in business. Very proud to be a wife of 26 years. But the thing I'm most proud of is I'm a mom. And, you know, I was one of those that just got very excited about this guy named Donald J. Trump that was running for president in 2015. And he came from a construction background, and I was like, wow, he talks just like most men I know. He says plain language, he says some cuss words, and he just tells it just like it is. And for the first time, I was like, this is someone that I can vote for. This is someone that I actually want to vote for. Because he talked about the things that I love and the things you love and the things we believe America should be about. And so we all got him elected, and I thought, oh my goodness, the next day the sun never shines so bright, the birds chirp prettier than they ever had. And I was like, we're going to put Hillary Clinton in jail. I mean, I thought for sure we had a Republican-controlled Congress, Republican-controlled Senate. Republicans are the party that talks about, you know, wanting to protect our freedoms, our Constitution, having a strong economy, strong borders, protecting our Second Amendment, and ending abortion. At least that's what they always tell us. And then the first 2 years under President Trump, I was very disappointed to find out that our Republican-controlled Congress and Senate didn't produce any bills that actually funded a wall and built it. They didn't actually produce any bills to send across President Trump's desk that ended abortion. Yeah, they didn't do that. They didn't repeal Obamacare. As a matter of fact, they did none of the things they promised they would, and they were all in charge with a president that would have signed it all. And that's when I went from being disappointed to being angry. As a matter of fact, I was really pissed off. Excuse my language. So I thought, you know, I'm a pretty accomplished woman. I'm pretty capable. I've done a lot of things in my life. I've never been in government. I don't even go to my GOP meetings locally because I don't ever hear anything that I think is inspiring. But I think I'll run for Congress. Well, let me just tell all of you, if you're a normal person, a freedom-loving American, and you truly believe the things that they claim they believe when they're talking on Fox News and all these networks, and you go to run for Congress or any kind of local publicly held office, they aren't going to treat you very well. They're not going to like you at all, as a matter of fact. But I beat them all. And so now I'm here, and you've seen me attacked this past year on an unprecedented level. And the reason why you've seen me attacked this way is because they hate us. That's the truth. Let me tell you about the swamp, okay? I really want you to understand it. Washington, D.C. is completely broken. Congress is the most pathetic institution I've ever seen in my life. It's true. And you know the proof of that. Here we are, nearly $30 trillion in debt, and thanks to Mitch McConnell making a deal with Chuck Schumer in the Senate, our our debt ceiling just got raised to $31.5 trillion. Yeah, they do. So that is one simple proof that Congress is broken. You know, it's filled with committees, all these committees. I don't know anything about them because I got kicked off back in February. Now, if committees were successful and if committees in Congress were so important, do you think we would be $31.5 trillion in debt? No, I'm kind of one of those profit-producing people, so it doesn't make any sense to me. Would we be selling out America to the rest of the world? Would we have wide-open borders? Would we be being fired because of vaccine mandates? No, none of these things would be happening if congressional committees worked. And I can tell you right now, they do not work. But let's talk a little bit more about what is happening. So in Congress, we have rules in the House. Nancy Pelosi completely erased gender this year. Yeah. How about that? No male, female, mother, father, sister, brother, daughter, son. He, she, him, her. All of those words are forbidden in Congress. I'm kind of one of those gender people. I'm all about the male and the female. And I personally don't want to know what anyone does privately in their bedroom, but I just want the guys to stay out of our bathrooms and our sports. But that's frowned on. That's frowned on, okay? But there's something else happening in America that I really want to talk to you about. Now imagine if you were out protesting for a movement, Black Lives Matter. And let's say you were so passionate about making sure that your voice is heard that you went out in the streets night after night and you were told by the leaders that it's okay to commit violence, that you can loot, that you can fight, that you can attack courthouses, that you can attack police officers, that you can burn police cars, that you can set things on fire in the streets. So you did because you were taking up a radical cause and you wanted your voice to be heard. But then I want you to imagine that you got arrested and you were put in jail. And then some of you that weren't arrested, you were hunted down by the FBI. And then you were put in jail in Washington, D.C., and you were being punished, you were being beaten. But you believed in Black Lives Matter so much that you were willing to go through it for the cause. Only guess what? That never happened. Black Lives Matters and Antifa protested and rioted all across the country in 2020. The media cheered them on. The Democrats praised them as peaceful protesters. Not only that did they praise them, they funded them on their fundraising platform, Act Blue. And guess what else happened? When they did get arrested and go to jail, some of the most prominent female members of the Democrat Party, Ilhan Omar and Kamala Harris, y'all don't like them? Well, they posted bail bond links, the Minnesota Freedom Fund, to bail them out of jail so they could go back out and do it all over again. But on January 6th, when people went to Washington, D.C. to assemble about election integrity because they felt their election was stolen, they felt their votes were stolen, and it was so important to them to show up and use their First Amendment rights to protest, they found something different. As a matter of fact, when they heard the speech that President Trump gave, and President Trump told them to peacefully, to walk in peace and love and go to the Capitol to make their voices heard, there was something set up there. As they approached the Capitol, and it was really interesting, this all actually started while President Trump was speaking. If any of you have read Darren Beattie from Revolver News, he has a piece out that has evidence in there that everyone should know about. So as they approached there, according to this article and according to the videos and the evidence in there were people there urging them to go in, because when many of them got there after President Trump finished speaking, there was something already underway. The Democrats call it an insurrection, but I think we can start calling it a Fedsurrection. It's really interesting. The January 6th committee in Congress is really not working on that, are they? No, they're more interested in targeting Republicans and President Trump. It's the same playbook we saw with Russia collusion, right? It's the exact same playbook. So after January 6th, what we've seen is what we're going through, ladies and gentlemen, is a communist revolution in America. Communist is a scary word because we're not used to that in America. We're used to thinking that it'll never happen here. We've always thought that communism could never come to America, but I want you to know it's here right now. You can see it because ever since January 6th, we've seen Americans hunted down, their houses raided by the FBI. People have been held in jail without bail. They've been held in solitary confinement. Now, they did riot. I will not defend what they did at the Capitol that day because I didn't like it. I was in there when it happened. We had worked very hard to object to Joe Biden's Electoral College votes because we knew election fraud had taken place. And there's nothing wrong with complaining about election fraud because Hillary Clinton still thinks she won in 2016, right? And I'm from Georgia, and Stacey Abrams swears she's our governor. But the FBI went after these people. The Department of Justice has charged them. And for months, I tried, along with a few of my colleagues, and unfortunately it's only a few, Paul Gosar, Louis Gohmert, Matt Gaetz, Andy Biggs, Bob Good. That's really roughly it, guys. I'm sorry to tell you that. But there are some others interested, and more people are, Freedom Caucus mainly, getting involved. But we tried to go to the D.C. jail, and we weren't allowed to get in. There's a lovely lady there. I don't know if calling her a lady is the right thing. I may be misgendering her. But she wears a pink mask, but again, that means nothing. Her name is Deputy Warden Kathleen Landerkin. Deputy Warden Kathleen Landerkin oversees the D.C. jail. She refused to let us in, told us we were trespassing, but the problem for Deputy Kathleen Landerkin, Deputy Warden Kathleen Landerkin, is she met someone that doesn't back down. That's me. See, I'm used to being beat up by the media, so I really could care less what they have to say. My Wikipedia page is atrocious, and I'll never change it because it's so filled with lies. I'm like, all right, let's leave it up so we prove how much of liars Wikipedia are. But finally, I got in the D.C. jail, and I got to have a tour, and I want to tell you everything you've heard on the internet is true about what's happening there. You see, ladies and gentlemen, you're living in America when it's post-Constitution. I know that's hard to understand, and it's because we have a communist regime in control, where the BLM protesters and all the rioters and all the violence they did, they were never prosecuted. As a matter of fact, over 90% of them they had their charges dropped. But those that were on January 6th and they did riot and they have been charged and they deserve their day in court because due process should matter. People should be presumed innocent until proven guilty. And if human rights are something that Americans are entitled to, then it should matter in prison to everyone. But it doesn't matter for these people. They were held in solitary confinement for 4 months with 23 hours a day, not let out of their cell. Then it went to 2 months with 22 and 2. They're not allowed to have chapel. They're not allowed to have communion. They're not allowed to have access to the law library. They're not allowed to see their family. They haven't seen their family's faces since they've been put in there, and for many of them, that's been since January. And they're held separately in a different part of the jail, and I saw the rest of the jail too, and guess what they have? They have continuing education where people can get their GED or do college courses. They have job training. They have moot court where they get to practice what it'll be like when they go to trial. They have all the access they need to every single thing. They get to watch television. They're out of their cells. As a matter of fact, they were out all walking around, most of them. But it's very different for the January 6th defendants. And the whole reason why is, you want to know? They support President Trump. Now, ask yourself a serious question. Why would we have a two-tier justice system in America? Because the people in charge do not believe in the Constitution. They do not believe in freedom. They do not care about protecting it. As a matter of fact, they're destroying it as we speak. Now, this leaves us all to ask the question, what do we do? Well, if we can go further, I don't know if you guys saw the news, but in New York, in the House, they just passed a bill. It's going to the Senate next week, where anyone that's unvaccinated that is to be a dangerous person to society and be a threat to public health can be detained indefinitely. Things are getting to places we shouldn't be. And I'll tell you right now, I have a serious problem with that because I'm not vaccinated. And they're going to have a hell of a time if they want to hold me down and give me a vaccine. And I don't think it should be anyone's job to tell us that. It should be people's right to choose, because don't we care about choices when it comes to our own bodies, but not someone else's body in the womb. But the question that we have to ask ourselves, again, is what do we do? So I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to have to get comfortable being uncomfortable. You are. You're not guaranteed anything anymore. The Democrats are proving that, and they're not the normal American Democrats. They're the Communist Democratic Party of America. What you're going to have to do is you're going to have to get used to volunteering or working in places that you never planned to, like election offices. If you're getting canceled and you're getting fired from your job or kicked out of your school, I don't know why you're being silent. I do not know why you're not marching in the streets every single day. Because in Australia, they're marching. In Europe, they're marching. And then we share their videos on social media. But in America, where you're guaranteed free speech and the right to peacefully assemble, I don't see any of you marching. I would love to see military members that are being kicked out because they don't want to get vaccinated, teachers that are going to be fired, doctors, nurses that saved lives during this bioweapon pandemic. Let me go further. Sponsored by Dr. Anthony Fauci and the CCP. But what you should be doing is you should be taking to the streets everyone in uniform, showing this is who is being canceled. And here is my family, and here is my children, and I no longer will have a paycheck to take care of them. But I don't see anyone yet, and I'm looking. And as I work in Congress and I stand up and speak and stand for the truth and stand for every single one of you, because I will do anything to stop this communist revolution, to the point where I know the January 6th committee is coming after me first in this entire Congress. I'm one of the ones on the front line. I still will stand up for those people in the Washington, D.C. jail and across the country who are being the very victims of the communists in charge. And I'll tell you why. It's because they want to intimidate every single one of you to never try them. But here's where we are, and I'm praying to see something different. We don't believe in violence. I don't want to see that. But I want to see all of you share all of your family and friends this truth that I'm telling you, and I want to see you raise up and use your voices, because I'm counting on you guys. I have kids that are 24, 22, and 18. You children here, you're not children, you're adults. You're the generation that's going to have to fight. And I believe in you. So I want to thank you guys for listening to me today. God bless every single one of you. God bless America. And let's stop the communist revolution.
Hey, everybody, how we doing? All right, this panel right here is going to be one of the most important of the entire conference. We have two of my really good friends, Dr. James Lindsay and Alex Marlowe from Breitbart, wonderful website, we're going to talk about critical race theory, we're going to talk about cultural Marxism, wokeism, diversity, equity, inclusion, and if we have time, we'll get to some other stuff.
Charlie, can I say something before we start? Because I'm on the stage with one of the internet's most legendary man-spreaders, Dr. James Lindsay. Am I allowed to sit like this, or do I have to do this one? Can I? Is this better?
That's better.
Okay.
So, Dr. Lindsay, James, welcome. You don't call yourself a conservative. It really doesn't matter. You're super smart and a good person, but you're really based. What is critical race theory and cultural Marxism, and does it pose an existential threat to our country?
Yeah, it's the end of the country if we keep letting it go. That's the simple truth. So critical race theory is the belief that racism organizes our society at a fundamental level. Racism benefits white people. And the most important thing you really need to know about critical race theory is it's calling everything that you want to control racist until you control it. And it's a total trick. You let this happen, they take over everything, it's the end of the country.
Well, that's straight to the point. So where did this come from? And because I know a lot of parents out here and a lot of students are super confused because they say, how did this happen so suddenly? You could go to the historical roots. Your book is amazing, Cynical Theories. But talk about, like, how did it come onto the scene so quickly? Alex and then James.
Yeah, I'll address this, and Dr. Lindsay can school me if I get anything wrong here. But I think it sort of originates with a guy named Gramsci, who was an Italian. And he predated this thing called the Frankfurt School, which a lot of people talk about it. Andrew Breitbart wrote about it about 10, 12 years ago. And these were people who were Marxists in the sense that they liked the ends of what Marx wanted. But they didn't believe Marx understood the means. They didn't think that ultimately that the proletariat was going to rise up and actually take back the country from the bourgeois. So what they did is it dawned on them, particularly in America, because a lot of these people in the Frankfurt School came to particularly Southern California, and they were totally miserable. They came to the United States from Germany, and they thought this was a terrible place, and they had a terrible time here. And what they noticed, though, is that the people, the populace, they kind of like their traditions. So how are they going to get people to rise up and overthrow the bourgeoisies? Well, they thought economics was not deterministic in the end. Culture was deterministic. So what they needed to do is to take over our core institutions and convince people that Marxism is the ideal and the goal is communism. And you don't do that by convincing people to rise up against the rich. You do it by convincing them via their cultural institutions and now today their corporations. I think that's basically it in a nutshell, and I think we're seeing it across the board in this country right now.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And what we're seeing is the end of a 100-year-long process. Gramsci was working in the 1910s and early 1920s. They threw him in prison in 1926. So we're seeing the end of a very long process. So the way that it comes on so quickly is very slowly, then all at once. And so by 1970, a lot of people don't know this, the National Education Association was already funding books called things like white awareness, racism in education, etc., and putting these things out. This kind of information has been creeping into the schools in particular as far as the cultural institutions Gramsci wanted to take over. Those are, by the way, religion, family, education, media, and law were the 5 targets that he laid out. They started creeping into education very strongly by 1970. They more or less had education by the early 1980s. And so if you seed education, you seed all of the professionals, all the future leaders of the country, and you can start to break things down. 50 years down that track, you've got 3 generations of teachers, 4 generations of students, and you can snap it just like that.
So James, let me ask you, we talked earlier about how at over 75 schools across the country, they have black-only dormitories. Let me say that again. The new thing is having black-only racially segregated dormitories. At Columbia University, they have black-only graduation ceremonies. In Georgia public schools in downtown Atlanta, 6th grade black kids go to one classroom, 6th grade white kids go to another classroom. In Denver public schools, they have black-only playground time where families of color are allowed to play and white families are not. What is the thought process of resegregation for just the common man that's watching this right now that isn't into the heady philosophical stuff? Can you please unpack how we are now resegregating American society?
It's actually real simple. What I said before was that critical race theory boils down to the belief that racism that benefits white people is the fundamental organizing principle of society. So all of society is built off of racism. Racism's everywhere. Racism is exactly the thing that makes life what it is in our society. And so what they're trying to use as a justification is that they say that people who are racial minorities, in particular blacks, need a space away from that where they can actually be themselves, where they can actually escape the white gaze, as they call it, or the constant pressure to live up to white supremacy. These are real terms. I'm not making...
White gaze?
The white gaze,
gaze
yes.
with a Z. I just want to clarify.
I was going to say, like...
No, sorry. G-A-Z-E,
White
like when you look at somebody.
Okay. So, let me get this straight. So, and Ibram X. Kendi, otherwise known as Harry Rogers, or Henry? I always get it wrong. Whatever. He says that we need to have discrimination today to try to fix discrimination of yesterday. Can you?
Yeah, the exact quote is on page 19 of his wonderful book, How to Be an Anti-Racist. And he says that the exact quote goes that the only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination, and the only remedy to present discrimination is future discrimination. So it's an explicitly discriminatory program. You can read, for example, also on page 3 of Critical Race Theory and Introduction by Richard Delgado, that he says that the whole point of critical race theory is to call into question the very foundations of the liberal order, and the first thing he mentions is including equality theory. The idea that we're equal, that we were made equal, that we're image bearers of God or whatever, that's out. That's got to go. That's absolutely unacceptable to critical race theory, because they want to actually create a situation where people who are considered authentically black, meaning critical race theorists and black at the same time, get all the power.
So yeah, I just want to be clear here. So the solution to separate drinking fountains is separate drinking fountains. That's where we're at. Okay.
Welcome to 2021.
So, Alex, I think a lot of this is an intentional smokescreen operation by people that don't want us to actually talk about deeper issues that matter. I think that these racial issues animate people. It gets people's attention. There has been, I think a good amount of educational focus on what happens when you do not restrain racial prejudice. And obviously the 20th century was, a bloodbath of that. And so that kind of laid the groundwork, I think, in some ways for people taking this seriously. They should take it seriously. Obviously, racism is evil. It's terrible. It's just not everywhere. In fact, there's so little racism in America that we have a supply and demand issue with it. But talk about, Alex, on how we talk about stuff that really is not consequential when the billionaires are $3.8 trillion richer, our borders are wide open, we have 100,000 opioid deaths every single year. I mean, very plainly, it's like, yeah, I'll talk about how racist America is if you can get opioid deaths below 50,000. I mean, talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, cultural Marxism is the greatest gift to the super elite left, because these are people who have corporations and they want to do international business. They want to operate unencumbered by the government or by the people. They don't want to be accountable to anyone. And they've realized they have a hack. Instead of Amazon treating their warehouse workers well, or Hollywood treating women well, or Google treating black people well, all they have to do is post a black square on Instagram, and then all of a sudden they can do whatever horrible stuff they were going to do. And you see people who are now spokespeople for racial equality and racial justice and social justice and the BIPOCs and the Latinx and all of these people. I have that right? I always get it confused. And these are people who might have been against busing because they thought busing would create a racial jungle. They might be people who are, let's say the NFL. The NFL has end racism in the end zone. The NFL is about 70% black. The NFL seemed to be a place that, by and large, was universally beloved until recently, until Colin Kaepernick started ruining it for everyone. It seemed like everyone loved the NFL. And so now they're doing all these things that it doesn't matter how people are treated in real life. It doesn't matter what the corporations actually do, so long they're not doing the hard work of actually trying to recruit people into their businesses to make it more diverse. They're not actually trying to have equitable distribution of the wealth to the workers in the Amazon warehouse. All they have to do is virtue signal by sending a check to communist Marxist Black Lives Matter, and they announce they're the greatest people on the planet. This is a trick. It is a hoax. And so many young people are getting hoaxed by it right now.
James.
Yeah, so that is all 100% spot on. The two biggest issues that critical race theory are hiding are everything that Alex just said, especially under the brand name ESG. Those are going to be 3 letters you're going to talk about all year next year. Environmental is E. Social is S, G is governance. This is already a social credit system that exists for corporations that explains all of that. You can put your black square on Instagram and your ESG score goes up, and all of a sudden you can invest with your big companies like Goldman Sachs, BlackRock, Vanguard, etc. And if you don't, they won't carry your assets, they won't manage your portfolio, or they'll exclude you from investments, etc. So they've got a social credit system in place for corporations already. The second one is in the schools, actually, believe it or not, and it is that critical race theory in the school is sort of a left hand distracting you from the sexual malfeasance that they're pulling on our kids, which is what's really going to tear this country apart. Or my friend here, Alex, just talked about Antonio Gramsci in the 1920s, but he didn't mention his buddy from Hungary, George Lukács, who unleashed on Hungary in the 1920s when they had their communist 1919 when they had their communist revolution, a sexual education program that looks almost identical to what they're doing today under terms like comprehensive sex education and under queer theory and gender theory, etc. And this is actually where they break America. So critical race theory is not just a distraction, it is a funnel into queer theory. And I know I've shared a stage with you many times and said, well, queer theory is a topic for another day, Charlie. That's today. Because what's going on is this is what Mao Zedong did. He separated the culture into 5 categories that were considered red for communist and 5 categories that were considered black for being bad. And he gave people black identities and a pathway to become a red guard by joining a red identity. So if you're white, you have a black racial cultural identity under critical race theory, but if you become gender fluid, you have a red one now. This is Mao's education program from 1966 remade in America, and it worked. What it will do is it will bring children, it will destabilize them. Queer in queer theory means an identity without an essence. You will not know who you are, you will not grow up well, and you are going to have some weird 18-syllable sexuality, different romantic orientation, and 12 genders, and you're going to come home and you're going to tell your parents, you don't understand what it's like. And the family is broken. The one generation to the next is split. And you're going to not know who you are, and you're going to be manipulable, and you're going to break away from your religion. Christianity doesn't say that. It says God created man and woman, and they're meant to be partners and complements. So Christianity doesn't get it. So the kids reject Christianity. Queer theory is the gateway to hell. And what you have, I'm serious, it is the gateway to hell, and what you have is critical race theory creating both a distraction from it and a funnel for the white, straight, male kids to want to start identifying this way.
Let me connect that to something Charlie said earlier, that it is all about a distraction. And it's not just about a distraction from inflation and from the open border and from China's missiles that we can barely detect and from the fact that Americans are still stranded in Afghanistan right now. They're still stranded there. It's not just a distraction from that. It's also a distraction from the fact that so many of the solutions to the problems in this country right now are actually found in documents we can read and talk about today. Our founding documents, the Federalist Papers, the Bible, the Judeo-Christian values that our country was founded on. There are answers for us here, and we cannot read them or talk about them because we have to do so much defense against genderqueer theory and whether or not you're a terrorist because you don't like men using the women's bathroom and you don't like critical race theory in your public school. That is the whole trick, and the road is to dismantle the foundation of this country. That is the direction this is heading if we don't start changing the conversation right now.
You want to comment on that? So James, that was awesome, and you're the liberal on this panel. Like, okay, sure. Right. queer theory's the gateway to hell. I'm a liberal. Yeah.
Sit
okay.
strongly and tell the truth.
Welcome to the right, James Lindsay. We're very nice. And, no, I just loved that. So, okay, it's deconstructionist in nature. It's about trying to question heteronormative tendencies and behaviors. Parents are super confused about this, James. And they're confused because I hear, well, it wasn't like this when I grew up. What should the posture of a parent be? Of an 8-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 15-year-old, a 20-year-old? Caution them appropriately, tell them what to be alert and aware of, and what's the code words they should be looking out for, and then we'll get what we can do about it. Don't get there yet, but because we'll close.
Oh my gosh. It's so difficult because this is so seductive. I actually have a podcast series I've been doing that I'm calling Groomer Schools, because that's what's happening in the schools. This is sexual and whatever else grooming. And the communists have a handshake agreement with the pedophiles. I'm not even going to exaggerate. Yeah, go ahead. It's very much, if you're a Lord of the Rings fan like I am, it's like the deal that Saruman, I know it's geeky, Saruman made with Wormtongue. You know, go undermine Theoden so that Rohan won't fight back, and you can have your pick of the girl. It's the same deal, but it's your kids. So what you've got to be telling your kids is you've actually got to be talking to them that this is nonsense, and that there are boys and there are girls, and it's not only okay to be a boy or a girl, but it's very important to do that, and that there are people who are going to use this to hurt you down the road. Yeah, okay. So the brand name a lot of this is getting brought in under is social emotional learning. That's the brand name that America has taken up for the Maoist education program that's designed to bring in, to teach your kids to think in terms of gender this and cultural that and sensitivity this and trauma that. And so those are the kinds of words that you're going to want to look for. Culturally responsive, culturally sensitive, transformative. Oh my gosh, look out for the word transformative. Equity, diversity, inclusion, privilege, belonging. These are words you have to watch out for. When you get into the sexual stuff, though, anything is talking about normativity, anything that ends in sexual, you've probably got to keep an eye on it. The idea of gender being a social construct, you've got to keep an eye on that, too. Those are the kinds of things. The social emotional learning is the vehicle that you need to be challenging your school boards and things about. I would actually tell you this, and I've said this publicly, so I'm not just making a weird, like, I'm in front of a crowd moment here. People who are intentionally, not the teachers that are forced to do it, people who are intentionally bringing social emotional learning into our nation's schools belong in prison. It is the worst form of psychological child abuse being perpetrated by teachers pretending to be psychologists without a psychology license in a non-therapeutic, uncontrolled environment called a classroom with kids that they don't know what's going on at home, they don't know what the issue is, and there are actually examples where they're having 7th grade, 12-year-old girls fill out surveys and explain, talk about the changes that are happening to your breasts. Where's hair growing on your body? How are boys looking at you now? And then they have to share this in front of the class. This is actual sexual abuse. They belong in prison.
And it also serves to divide something that is a key component of American life, or at least has been until recently, which is the nuclear family. When you come home from college and you went as a girl and you're coming back as a boy or a non-binary hybrid of some kind, that confuses your family. That demoralizes your family. That makes the core family structure, the nuclear family, which has been the key unit for guidance, for morality, for education throughout the entire history of this country, that calls that into question. And it is a way for the state, for the public education apparatus, for so much of this giant woke corporate world that we're living in, to supplant the nuclear family and to replace it with total chaos. And that is step one. Step two, we can go on from there. But the first step is create a chaotic environment in home. And once that happens, all bets are off on what happens with Americans.
Let me just tell you that disruption of the nuclear family actually literally goes straight back to Marx and the Communist Manifesto. He says extremely plainly that the nuclear family is a recreation of capitalism, and it is in fact a product of capitalism that reproduces capitalism, and so it's one of the first things that has to be disrupted. So this is a plan that goes back to the 1840s with Karl Marx himself to try to disrupt Western civilization so that Marxists can take it over and run it through a state institution that they're totally in control of. End of America.
So James and Alex, we have parents here from all across the country, and millions of people will listen to this podcast and watch the video. What can we do? It's important to identify, read your book, listen to your wonderful podcast, Alex, Breitbart News Daily. But we got to start to have some action here, right? We got to have some people do some things in the educational space. We're doing what we can at Turning Point USA. We have our school board watch list. We have our professor watch list. We're doing a lot on high schools and college campuses. But what can be done, and then what needs to get done? Because this is a cancer. This is a virus. Whatever you want to call it. If we don't stop this, the country's done.
Step one is fire them. I'm telling you, you have to get them out of positions of power over your children. That's not easily accomplished, though. So what parents need to start doing, first of all, is they need to start talking to each other. They need to know that you all know here, you're not alone. A lot of parents still don't know that. You're not alone. There is something weird. There is something bad happening here. There are reasons to want to pull your kids out of schools right now. And you have to start talking to each other. Create the pathways to start to network. When you start to network, then you have to start to organize and get informed. So that's where you're going to start interacting with these materials like Charlie and me and Alex and everybody else are producing. You have to get informed on this, but you have to get organized. I looked at the state of Utah, which is a great state that I visited just about a month ago, and they have an organization there called Utah Parents United that's got almost 30,000 members in a year. That should be happening in every single state. And those parents need to start sharing information, showing up in large groups, getting organized, and then taking action. And the action they need to take is to completely reboot our schools. People who are bringing in Marxist techniques and Marxist ideology to our children to use them as pawns to overthrow our society need to be removed from those positions. And it's going to require parents to step up and become teachers. It's going to require people to figure out new accreditation systems. It's going to require new teaching colleges. It's going to require so much hard work by you as parents and as adults, and it's also going to take reaching out to your kids to make sure those bonds stay really safe and really strong, because they want to sever that link more than anything, you to your kids.
It's a great place to start. I think number one, first of all, let's talk about Virginia for a second, because one of the few silver linings from this horrible pandemic has been so many parents got to watch their kids allegedly get schooling via Zoom, and they realized they weren't learning reading, writing, and arithmetic. They weren't learning the founding documents. They weren't learning the Enlightenment thinkers. They were learning CRT. They were learning Ibram X. Kendi. They were learning Robin DiAngelo and white privilege, or whatever it is, white fragility, which just means that you don't know how special you are if you're white. Like, what is white fragility even?
Yeah, white fragility is that if you disagree with critical race theory, you have a psychological disorder called white fragility. You're emotionally too fragile to handle it.
So when parents realized that this is what they were being taught, they stood up and they got people thrown off school boards. They got a Republican to win a governor, even though you had a situation where the left was controlling a state that was traditionally more of a neutral state. So there is hope when people get involved on a micro level. I think other things you can do is boycott. And I know this is not a tactic I would have recommended 10 years ago, but I think if businesses are showing woke values, you should not support them. You should find alternatives.
Yes.
I will tell you one thing that I do, is that when I'm about to buy a product from a business that I haven't supported before, I do go on their Instagram and I do look for that black square. And if I see it, I will not buy their product. I will buy an alternative product. And I recommend all of you do that as well. There are other brands out there, and if you find that there is a brand that you think, even if it's with a wink and a nod, does share some of your values, support that business. Make sure they thrive. Make sure that you're supporting people who are trying to take on some of these woke corporations, not just with your minds and with your voice, but also with your dollars. Make it so that this is a whole conservative ecosystem where people can thrive and grow wealthy and strong and powerful in numbers because they are supporting what it means to be the United States of America. And I think that's something we could all start doing right this second. The last thing that I really think that we should do, it's just so important, is beyond just overwhelming the system, is this is going to be a legal battle. And we need to make sure we have the best lawyers who are able to sue people into the ground if they're corrupting our youth and they're taking advantage and abusing their power. This should not be acceptable at any corner of this country, and we need people who are fluent in the law and know where they can have our back on that level as well.
Listen, don't be afraid to invite the lawsuit. You should do a happy dance if you find a place where you can sue a school. You have to be willing to invite the lawsuit because these battles are going to be legal. The other big place, the last thing, vote. What you need to do is you need to get your parents organized. You get together, and then you need to show up and start asking the mayor, the school board, your congressman. It doesn't matter. Every single person in government, ask them where they stand on this. If they waver at all, vote them out. They must be clear on this.
For the corporations that are good and not so good, you can go to secondvote.com. It's terrific. It's a great guide for that. You guys get a big discount. I think it's promo code Charlie or Kirk. I can't remember which one. But secondvote.com, they rate every company. And let's use one example. Salvation Army, totally woke. No one should give any money to Salvation Army.
Can I say something?
Starve the beast, yeah.
I donate Salvation Army every year, always at least a 4-figure sum, and I'm not donating this year. I'm doing exactly what I said. They will not get my money if they're going to support woke indoctrination of America. That has nothing to do with why I support them. I supported them in the past because they give to charity. They give to people in need. And if they want to use cultural Marxism, if they want to advance that, then I will find another charity. And I think all of you should do the same.
So there was a lot of information there. If you guys want to re-listen to this whole conversation, we're going to put it on my podcast. And thank you guys that listen to our podcast feed. We deeply appreciate it. You guys can check it out if you're not yet following us, Charlie Kirk Show. We deeply appreciate that. This is a very important topic, and I also encourage you guys to follow both of them. This is like skimming the surface of their knowledge of this topic. I know so many moms and dads here in this room are dealing with this. And if you're confused by this, that's okay, because they want you to be confused. In fact, they want you to be intimidated by this. They use unnecessarily long words and academic vocabulary to try to make it seem as if you're stupid, when in reality they're the fools and you have wisdom. And so what it's going to take, though, is willingness and courage, and for parents, and yes, students as well, but this is really mainly a parents' fight, because guess what? As you said, James, this is happening to 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds, 5-year-olds, and 6-year-olds now, that they're not going to be able to fight for themselves, that this needs to be the most aggressive counter move happening on the cultural educational landscape. Homeschooling has doubled in the last 18 months, everybody. It has doubled. And I want to see it double again. And we're super excited to continue to see that. And I think the educational cartel is about to be broken up and disrupted in a very, very positive way. Give it up for our panel. God bless you guys.
This is Olivia. Though she has yet to greet the outside world, she has already completed an amazing journey. This is the moment that life begins. A new human being has come into existence. At fertilization, her gender, ethnicity, hair color, eye color, and countless traits are already determined. She begins to implant in the uterus about 1 week after fertilization. Her cells organize into what we call an embryo. At 3 weeks and 1 day, just 22 days after fertilization, Olivia's heartbeat can be detected. The buds of her arms and legs appear by 4 weeks. She begins to move between 5 and 6 weeks with both spontaneous and reflexive movements. At 6 weeks from fertilization, her brain activity can be recorded and bone formation begins. She can bring her hands together at 7.5 weeks, and separate fingers and toes emerge. She can also begin to hiccup. At the beginning of the 9th week, Olivia will have grown from a single cell into nearly 1 billion cells, and she is now called a fetus. She will suck her thumb and swallow, grasp an object, touch her face, sigh and stretch. At 11 weeks, she is playing in the womb, moving her body and exploring her environment. Her taste bud cells have matured by week 12 but are still scattered throughout her mouth. Her mother will first sense Olivia's movements between 14 and 18 weeks, an event called quickening. Beginning at 18 weeks, ultrasounds show speaking movements in her voice box. Around 20 weeks, with a lot of help, babies have survived outside the womb. At 27 weeks, her eyes are responding to light. She can recognize her parents' voices and will even recognize lullabies and stories. Olivia has gone on an amazing journey during these last 9 months. She will soon signal to her mother that it is time for delivery and greet the outside world.
Nothing protects your wealth like gold and silver when you buy from the right source. At Republic Monetary Exchange, we do business in person. Take immediate delivery of your gold and silver, and if you need to sell, get immediate payment. No waiting and no worries. That's how we do business. Risk-free. Don't wait weeks for your gold or money from a broker you've never seen. Republic Monetary Exchange. Gold and silver, immediate delivery. That's how we do business. Camelback, just east of 40th Street.
Well, good morning, and thank you. It's a real honor to be able to join you and to hear from great Americans like Tucker Carlson, Rand Paul, Candace Owens, Don Jr., and many others. And what a treat it is to listen to the music of Lee Greenwood and other patriotic stars. I even saw our beloved friend and perhaps Arizona's next governor, Carrie Lake. And it's great to see so many people, mostly from a younger generation, gathering of conservatives, devoted to constitutional principles of peace, prosperity, and freedom. No rhinos, no pretend constitutionalists, but real conservatives, at exactly the moment we need you most. Where the Republic needs you most. So we've gathered, if we'd have gathered a month ago, I would have told you that inflation is at a 30-year high. That was last month. Prices keep rising thanks to Fed Chairman Jerome Powell, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen, Chuck Schumer, Nancy Pelosi, and all of the rest of the Biden inflation brigade. Inflation is no longer at a 30-year high. It's now at a 40-year high. Most Americans alive today, most of you, were born after Ronald Reagan was elected president in 1980. So the good news is you didn't have to live through Jimmy Carter's stagflation. It was a financial nightmare, a time of double-digit inflation, double-digit interest rates, and a no-growth, no-opportunity economy, an economy that only progressive Democrats can deliver. You didn't have to suffer that disaster. That's the good news. The bad news is you now have to live through the Biden inflation. But we're all here to make sure that doesn't happen. That would be the end of the Republic. So how did we end up with a $30 trillion national debt and $200 trillion in hidden debt that would bankrupt the nation? How do we end up with an unconstitutional bureaucracy, the Federal Reserve System, which is no more federal than Federal Express? printing trillions of dollars and shoveling that money to Wall Street and their cronies. How did we end up with a Fed that buys government bonds in the afternoon with money that didn't exist in the morning? How did we end up with a Federal Reserve destroying 97% of the dollar's purchasing power? And how did we end up with inflation at a 40-year high? Well, the answer is simple. Washington betrayed our founders, the corrupt politicians betrayed the Constitution, and the deep state betrayed you. Unlike the Powells, Yellens, Schumers, Pelosi's, Bidens of the world, our founders of our country were people of character. The founders not only created a Constitution to ensure our freedom, they designed it to protect our prosperity. They knew the ruin that paper money brings. They lived through it. So they made sure American money was real money, gold and silver. They wrote gold and silver into the Constitution. With that, they created the conditions for an economic explosion of human prosperity. It worked spectacularly. But our governing classes and monetary authorities are their opposites. They have created the conditions of economic explosion, of impoverishment. Think about it. In the face of the highest inflation in 40 years, Washington decides to spend even more, and they continue to raise the debt ceiling. The next one will be the 98th time since 1913. These people are dangerous. They're certainly dangerous to you, your family, and your savings and prosperity. They represent a monetary time bomb waiting to go off. Washington no longer protects your wealth. In fact, with every act of money, printing money, it steals your wealth. Today, you must protect your own wealth with gold and silver, constitutional money, real money. Americans across the land are wondering what to do now. The good news is you can protect yourself and your family with wealth, even profit, with gold and silver. My new book, Real Money for Free People, is information you need. The American Gold Story, clearly explained, easy to understand. It explains what we are facing today and what happens next. If you stop by our booth, Republic Monetary Exchange, I'd be delighted to sign a copy for you, and you can also download it electronically. While there, speak to one of our professionals. We'll be raffling off a tube of 20 Silver Eagles. You don't need to be present to win. We'll notify you. Just fill out a slip at the table. We're a local company on Camelback just east of 40th Street. We're in the business of helping people protect themselves with gold and silver. My book, Real Money for Free People, is an important briefing about the financial crisis we've entered, a crisis that will prove to be one of the worst in American history. It's a story I think everyone here should know. So stop by our booth, Republic Monetary Exchange, for your complimentary copy. And thank you, all of you, for your determination to preserve and defend the Constitution of American freedom. And a special shout out to Charlie Kirk for bringing us all together. And as President Trump would say, may God bless you, God bless America, and Merry Christmas.
How much does the earth cost? I'm going to buy the entire earth.
Every right we enjoy under the First Amendment has been assaulted over the last year. They just keep making things worse, whether it's the border, whether it's inflation, you name it. They said no, then yes, and same thing here with this pipeline. So this is just craziness we're seeing from this administration. So of course they don't listen to the American people. That's the unfortunate part. 71% of the country thinks we're on the wrong track. In my time in politics, I don't know if I've ever seen wrong track numbers that high. This is maybe the most important thing we can talk about, the freedoms that are being taken from the very people we represent. I tell every audience, don't clap yet. I haven't said anything. It is. Thank you. Well, it is good to be with you. It's good to be with normal people outside of Washington. God bless you. Turning Point and Charlie, Kirk, and this whole group. Thank you for standing up for freedom. Let's start here. Think about this. In the summer of 2016, the FBI uses an altered document to go to the secret court, to the FISA court, to get a warrant to go spy on President Trump's campaign. January 20th, 2017, Inauguration Day. 19 minutes after President Trump takes the oath of office, 12:19 p.m., the Washington Post headline reads this: "Campaign to impeach President Trump has begun." They couldn't even wait 20 minutes. 4 days later, January 24th, 2017, the FBI sneaks into the White House to trap General Flynn, right? They interview General Flynn and go after him for the next several years. Then we get the Mueller investigation. Over a 3-year period, 19 lawyers, 40 FBI agents, $30 million. What do they come back with? Nothing. No collusion, no conspiracy, no nothing. But they put the country through 3 years of it. The day after Mueller testifies, you may remember this, he testifies in front of the Judiciary Committee. Day after he testifies, there's a phone call between President Trump and President Zelensky. Fine phone call, or as President Trump said, a perfect phone call, right? Adam Schiff uses that phone call as the basis to start his secret impeachment in the bunker in the basement of the Capitol, where depositions and hearings take place away from the American people. No due process for the president, no ability for the American people to see what's going on as they try to remove President Trump from office using an anonymous whistleblower with no firsthand knowledge who was biased against the president and who had worked for Joe Biden. Then they impeached him. When that one failed, they impeached him a second time with the Senate trial that took place after he left office. I mean, sometimes I step back and think about this. They tried to get him before he got in office. They spent 4 years while he was in office trying to get him, and they're still trying to get him after he's left. So much so that this past week, one of the lowest points I've ever seen in my time in Congress, this past week, they start the process to put a good man in prison when they held Mark Meadows in criminal contempt in the House of Representatives. One of the worst things I've seen. You think about it, 10 years ago was the IRS targeting folks just like all of us in this room. 5 years ago was the FBI, as I just spoke about, using the FISA process to go spy on President Trump's campaign. 2 months ago it was, of course, the DOJ saying we're going to treat parents as terrorists. Moms and dads who go to school board meetings to speak out against this crazy curriculum. And then this past week, they did what they did to a good man, to my friend Mark Meadows. This is how crazy the left has become. And why did they do it all? Because President Trump, when he was in office, stood up for us. He took on the swamp. He took on the swamp, fought for us, and they can't have that. No. They can't. The elite in Washington, you can't have someone who's going to come in there and shake things up. I mean, we got this book I just came out last month, and the title is "Do What You Said You Would Do." Think about this: no president has done more of what they said they would do than President Trump, and he did it. And he did it with everyone in that town against him. Every Democrat was against him. Everyone in the mainstream press was against him. Everyone in the bureaucracy was against him. I mean, that's important, too. I mean, that bureaucracy, that's the swamp itself. And a bunch of Republicans were against him. And still, in spite of that, he got more done than any president in American history. He said he would cut taxes. He did. He said he would reduce regulations. He did. We said he would have the best economy in history. We did. Lowest unemployment, record job growth, real wages up. He said we would build the wall. He did. He said we would get out of the Iran deal. He did. He said he would put the embassy in Jerusalem. He did. He said he would put conservatives on the court. He did. Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, Coney Barrett. and a whole bunch of other things I can't think of right now. That's the kind of leader. That's the kind of leader we need. So I want to do a couple things here real quick. I want to thank you, first of all, for supporting President Trump. You think about, as I said, what he was up against. By the way, when did Dr. Fauci ever get elected to office? Right? When did Dr. Fauci ever put his name on a ballot, go out and talk to we the people? The way it works in our country is you're supposed to put your name on a ballot. You're supposed to go out and talk to we the people and campaign for office. And if you get elected, if the people decide to put you in office, you make the decisions. Elected officials make the decisions, not the unelected people in the bureaucracy. We had a hearing a couple weeks ago. We had a witness, and we were talking about an issue, and I said to the witness, I said, Dr. Fauci ever run for office? Witness goes, no. I said, Dr. Fauci ever get elected to anything? Is he a member of Congress? No. I said, who's he answer to? And the witness appropriately said, well, he answers to Joe Biden. I said, well, not really. Not really, because if you remember 3 weeks ago on a Sunday show, Dr. Fauci says, I represent science. Remember that? Right? Almost like Tarzan pounding his chest, I am science, you know. I said, and Joe Biden has said, I'm going to follow the science. So in effect, Dr. Fauci's making decisions. And that is not supposed to be how it works in this country. And that's what they're afraid of. That's what they're afraid. That's why they went after President Trump so much. So thank you for helping him. There was I've probably told every audience I've had a chance to talk to that, and many of you have had this opportunity, but I wish every American could meet President Trump. Because when you do, you cannot help but like this guy. There is an energy, there is a charisma, there is a love for the country that comes through when you're around him. And there is this competitive nature that I like. I mean, President Trump, he likes to win, he hates to lose, and that is an American quality. That is who we are as a people. And I feel blessed. I get the chance to talk to him a lot. And this was a conversation, I've shared this, I think, maybe with some of you before, but I had this conversation with him a few years ago. It was right in the middle of all the Mueller stuff, and he called me. I was in the Capitol. And so I duck into this room, and I'm kind of pacing around the table, talking with the president on my phone. And we were talking about McCabe and Strzok and Page and all this stuff that was going on. And somewhere in the course of the conversation, I don't really know why I brought it up. I said, well, Mr. President, I said, I know what I get. I know how the press lies about me. I know all the false things they say. I know how they attack. I said, but you get it 1,000 times worse. You get it every second of every day. And there was a little pause, and he goes, well, Jim, what are we going to do? Go over in the corner, get in the fetal position, start sucking our thumb? He says, we got to fight back. And I'm like, That's the right attitude. That's an American attitude, and it's an attitude that these young people who are here have every day on the campus as they fight back against what the left's trying to do. So thank you for helping President Trump. Thank you for getting in the game. I learned a long time ago, good things in life don't just happen. If you want to accomplish something of meaning, something of significance, something that has lasting value, something that is real, intangible, something that is really important, it takes time. It takes work, it takes effort, it takes sacrifice, but most importantly, it takes a willingness to assume the risk with trying to do something worthwhile. Because if you get off the sidelines and get in the game, there's always a chance you might fail. And when you get in the game today, particularly in politics, you are going to get attacked. Just like President Trump and I were talking, you are going to get attacked. It is just a fact of life. The left is mean. The left today they don't respect the First Amendment. They're going to come after you. So thank you for being willing to get in the game, because this country is worth it and you know it. And that's why you're involved. I always joke when I talk about normal people and the way normal people think and the way the left and the mainstream press thinks. And you get in the game of politics today, the mainstream press is going to attack you. Even if you're not running for office, they're just going to come after you. And I've shared this before, but Cal Thomas has a great line when he's talking about normal people who are at a turning point event versus the elite national media, the New York Times and the Washington Post. Cal Thomas had a great line. He says, I get up every morning, I read my Bible and the New York Times so I can see what each side's up to. A lot of truth to that. So thank you for... Now, Here's the fundamental issue. The left, which now controls the Democrat Party, they don't like America. They do want to fundamentally change this great country. We, on the other hand, know that this is the greatest nation ever. Not perfect, but the greatest. And that is the fundamental divide. And so the left is fundamentally trying to change the country. And you see it with what they're doing to the First Amendment and how they weaponize government. So think about this. I spoke to some of the leaders here on college campuses just a few minutes ago, and I told them, every single right we enjoy as Americans under the First Amendment has been assaulted by the left over the last year. Every single one. You got 5 rights as Americans under the First Amendment. Your right to practice your faith, your right to assemble, right to petition your government, freedom of press, freedom of speech. Everyone's been attacked. There are churches today still in this great country, America, where people left Europe so they could come here and practice their faith the way they thought the good Lord wanted them to. There are places today in America where a full congregation still cannot meet on a Sunday morning. In America. Your right to assemble. 6 months ago, I spoke to the New Mexico Republican Party in Amarillo, Texas, because they had to go to Texas to get freedom to assemble. Your right to petition your government. Until just a couple months ago, you couldn't go to your United States Capitol to lobby your member of Congress to redress your grievances because Nancy Pelosi wouldn't let you in. Freedom of the press. Remember this a few weeks ago? That's probably a couple months ago, actually. Jen Psaki stood at a podium like this in the White House press room. Think about it, the White House. The beacon of freedom, the center of freedom around the world. The White House is viewed as that. Jen Psaki, in the White House, press spokesperson for the President of the United States, says these 2 sentences. Most Americans now get their news from social media platforms. We, the Biden administration, are working with those social media platforms to limit the information Americans can get. I'm like, you're the press person talking about limiting the press. This is frightening. Speech is the most important. If you can't talk, your other rights mean nothing. If you can't talk, how do you actually share your faith? How do you practice your faith? How do you assemble? How do you petition your government? Freedom to speak, freedom to talk is the most important right we have. And that's what the left's coming after. And today, if you don't agree with the left, they say you're not allowed to talk. And if you try, they call you a racist and try to cancel you. They come after you, your family, your employer. It's sickening. But we got to stand strong for that. A few months back, Governor DeSantis was doing a roundtable discussion, and he had some doctors there. One of his doctors, it was on the virus. And look, we all know the virus is serious. We treat it that way, but we think the Constitution is pretty serious too, right? Right? Someone said, the Attorney General said back when this thing started, he said, the Constitution is not suspended during a crisis. Amen to that, right? And I would argue that's when it's most important. That's when it counts the most. So Governor DeSantis is doing a roundtable discussion on the virus, has some people on the panel. One of the panelists is Dr. Bhattacharya, professor of medicine from Stanford. And they're talking about the virus. They film it. They put it on YouTube. YouTube takes it down. And I'm like, he's a professor of medicine from Stanford. He's been in the Wall Street Journal. He's on TV. He's a Stanford. I told one group, I said, it's not the Big Ten, but it's pretty good, right? This is today's left. This is today's left, and it underscores why it's so important. And their attack on the First Amendment, coupled with their ability to weaponize the government against us, is the most frightening of all. And the best example is what they're doing to moms and dads. Think about this. September 29th, National School Board Association writes a letter to the President of the United States asking the President to involve the counterterrorism divisions and use the Patriot Act against parents. 2 days later, one of the persons who signed that letter, Viola Garcia, with this left-wing political organization, 2 days later, she gets a plum appointment to a board at the Department of Education. 3 days later, Tim Langan, head of counterterrorism at the FBI, is already having discussions with the Department of Justice on how to implement what the School Board Association asked the Biden administration to do. 5 days later, October 4th, the Attorney General of the United States issues a memorandum doing exactly what the left-wing political organization asked for just 5 days earlier. Now think about it. When have you ever seen the federal government move that fast? Never happened. Never happened. This is scary. So I would argue this didn't start with the School Boards Association move this direction. Came from government, went the other way. They were just looking for the pretext, for the excuse. We now have some email communications that took place before the letter was initially sent on September 29th. This is the scary stuff. And this is why it's so important we all stay off the sidelines, stay in the game, and fight for the things that matter. Now, here's the good news, and I'll finish here. Here's the good news. I think it's turning around. I really do. You saw... Six weeks ago, well, I actually started a few weeks before that, but we had some moms show up at school board meetings in the state of Virginia, and then pretty soon there was more moms showing up, and then finally some dads got engaged, and next thing you know, Glenn Youngkin's going to be the next governor in the state of Virginia. Shortly after that, you had 12 jurors in Kenosha, Wisconsin, 12 jurors in Kenosha, Wisconsin say, I'm going to stand for the truth, I'm going to stand for facts, I'm going to support due process, and they reached the right decision. And today, in Phoenix, we got all kinds of folks who are fired up about America and the First Amendment. The American spirit is strong. I've been on this kick. I told the group earlier, I've been on this kick reading a number of David McCullough books. I don't know if McCullough if he's a conservative or a liberal, what he is, but his books on history are great. The John Adams book's amazing. I mean, John Adams spent 4 years in Europe trying to secure financing for the war effort, 4 years away from his family, 4 years away from his wife. And they had an amazing relationship, John and Abigail. Amazing book. Read that. You read the book on 1776, what happened there. But my favorite one of his books that I've read so far is the one on the Wright brothers. Amazing guys. And the Wright brothers just decided, it's just an American story. They just decided we're going to do it. First to take off fly land, we're going to be the first to do it. And they did it and never took a penny from the government. Just old-fashioned perseverance, old-fashioned just stick to it, trial and error. And when you err in that, when you're trying to fly, it's serious, right? It's serious. But they did it. The book starts off with McCullough, chapter 1. He says, someone once asked Wilbur Wright what it takes to be successful. And he said, pick out 2 good parents and be born in Ohio. And a lot of truth to that. But the real message is, pick out 2 good parents, be born in America. Be born in America. Where if you have a goal, you have a dream, and you're willing to work hard, good things can happen. That is what the left is trying to destroy. That concept, that phenomena, that ideal, that if you have a goal, you have a dream, and you're willing to bust your tail, you can make it here in this country. That's why people want to come to this country, because we've always offered that. If the left gets their way on their accelerated march to communism, that is what they will destroy. That is our charge, to defend that. That is what this is all about, so that every generation can have what we all had, the ability to chase down your goals, chase down your dreams. Paul tells Timothy in 2 Timothy 4:7. Paul's the old guy giving advice to the young guy. And he says what? Fight the good fight, finish the course, keep the faith. And I tell folks all the time, that is a verse, in my judgment, directed towards America. Because we are people of action. We are not wimpy, sissy people. We're Americans. We're not timid. We're Americans. And we always will fight for those things that really matter. Keep faith with the principles that made America the greatest country ever. We will hold true to those concepts. That is our charge. If we do that, we're going to be okay. We're going to win the midterm elections. We're going to win the midterm elections, I think. And we're going to stay focused on the values and the principles that make America special. Chief among those is defending and protecting the First Amendment. God bless you all. Have a Merry Christmas. Thank you very much.
feel God calling us to evangelism in America. When we talk about whether God awakens our nation or not, I believe it actually starts with the next generation. Many people are being canceled.
It's worse being in a broken home than having no arms and no legs. COVID is not the #1 killer of America. Abortion is.
Love is the only force that can bring positive change.
America, wake up! Here is my warning. If you don't wake up now, when will you?
I'm a true champion.
You may be seated. Hello, Turning Point USA. It is my absolute privilege, honor, to first be saved by the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ through his blood and the power of the resurrection. And no matter who is president, we know that the greatest flag that we wave is Jesus Christ. As I have traveled the world in 74 countries, 21 presidents, 10 governments, 2,500 airplane rides, 3,500 stages in crowds as large as 800,000 people, as I've been on television to 1 billion people in China, 1 billion people outside of China, of which 733 million people have heard the gospel through Life Without Limbs, we are so blessed to be living in this day and age in this country called the United States of America. It is my privilege to talk to you about the understanding of the essential discussion that really pertains to not much more discussion than stating the truth when it comes down to America, who was once a country that blessed God, to the point that we printed on our money, "In God we trust," to the point of our unrighteousness that is almost blasphemy. When we look at America and her sins, when we look at California not even reporting abortions that are surgical, it's not 2,363 abortions a day in our country. It's closer to 3,600. And the total is closer to 77 million babies who did not actually come into this earth in full and form to breathe the air that we breathe. And 77 million murders have happened, scheduled in the womb on our watch in the last 50 years of America. It is a shame, and in fact, if we just understand that 77 million murders in the womb are of one of hundreds of sins of our country, then can we just be real for a second? Do you want me to be real or do you want me to be fake? So let's be real. If actually we look at 2 Chronicles 7:14, where if my people humble themselves and come and pray to me and ask me for the forgiveness of sins, I will forgive them of their sins and heal their land. We're here today as the linchpin, together with Turning Point USA, to be the remnant that are not in a coma, and understanding the times that we are living in, and also the understanding that if God doesn't punish America for her sins, the first one being 77 million babies being killed, because we understand that life starts at conception. We understand that scientifically it's also been proven that a flash of light happens upon conception when not a further sperm is allowed in. Thus they're in the egg, the embryo, and a fetus. It doesn't go from a sperm to an egg to a fertilized egg to then an embryo to mass mass is not in the Bible. It's a person from conception. Every human being that is conceived with sexual interaction and intimacy therein, by the grace of God, life, one of his greatest passions, God's passion, is to give life. When a man and woman conceive, they don't conceive a monkey, they conceive another human being. And that human being has a name. And that human being, God has a plan for. And he knew the name of that unborn child before the earth began. We are fearfully and wonderfully made, and God never makes junk. And we all have our disabilities, but degrees of disabilities, what we must understand is we all are disabled. Spell it out, D-I-S-A-B-L-E-D spells disabled, but you walk by faith and not by sight, that even in rape and incest, that we as the church come alongside of that woman who is victimized in that unimaginable crime, but we come alongside of that woman who holds that child, and we don't celebrate heartbeat bills. Do you know that the mirroring of celebrating heartbeat bills is almost as if in the incremental steps of slavery being first determined as them being, who's them? Well, the African Americans. Oh, them. Yeah, they're 3/5 human. That's where slavery was founded upon. Are we to celebrate when it could have been maybe incrementally then poised that, oh, they're not 3/5 human, now they're 4/5 human. Yay! Finally, we're getting closer. That is where we are at this point. 2021 will be the most rude awakening of Christian Americans ever, and I'm about to tell you why in a second, but it's all on pro-life. I am not angry at people who try to bring in the heartbeat bill, but do you understand that a 6-week heartbeat bill, anyone who doesn't want that child for any reason could say they were raped or human trafficked pimps and madams. Guess how they clean their stains of human trafficking in America? Thanks to our non-existent borders, 500,000-ish unaccompanied minors cross the borders, quadrupling human trafficking in Texas right now. A 6-week heartbeat bill allows these trafficked teenagers to actually continue to be forced as a modern-day slave. So, Christians, you can't talk about pro-life or being pro-life without talking about human trafficking, without talking about the foster care and adoption system that is absolutely crippled, and you can't talk about being pro-life without shutting down the border. Any person who actually upholds the constitutional right of safety and security in our nation, right now of 185 nations represented of people who undocumented have crossed the border and given out $1,300 from taxpayer money, quadrupling human trafficking. Do you know that it's not actually a governmental body that's actually filtering through these children? Why? Because it's too many non-profit organizations that are not being held accountable of where these children actually end up. That is where America is at right now. And you can't talk about, sorry, but you can't talk about any of this when you talk about human trafficking until you ask how many men, especially, are addicted to pornography in your church. I'm sorry, but this is all where it begins. Because if you value all of life, then you value all those human beings that are actually enslaved. And if you have watched pornography, they might be one of the slaves. When was the last time your church has talked about pornography? When was the last time your church was talking about PTSD of abortion? When was the last time they actually gave help to divorced fathers, not just divorced mothers? Do you understand? There are some things that the church still has not talked about. And let's start right now with this. Why cannot we talk about the political things? Why cannot we talk about the political things? If there are 7 mountains of influence that are the turning points of the United States of America, and arguably America being the leading turning point of democracy, if it's authentic, in the world, then when a school board has an open position, you don't ask who of the church may want to go. You get 100 members of your church to go for the one seat. Do you know where I'm from? I'm from Australia. Has anyone heard the news in Australia? I used to live in California. Anyone know what's going on in California, eh? It wasn't like that. It wasn't like that. And I'll tell you the truth, church. Ready? More powerful than who is president, who of your church are on school boards, councilmen, councilwomen, Senate, House, mayor, governor. Period. Period. You want God to heal America? We have to stop sinning. There's only one way to abolish slavery. It was people who said, I am not accepting anything other than abolishing it. Period. 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 And here's the rude awakening about pro-life in America that you don't see coming. If you read between the lines of the Roe v. Wade, do you know that there are people who are waiting for Roe v. Wade to be overturned? Can I tell you right now my opinion? Excuse me, can I tell you my opinion? Will you handcuff me if you don't like my opinion? I cause trouble and I don't leave fingerprints behind, okay? I get away with a ton. I get away with a ton. I'm a little stick of dynamite that God throws at the gates of hell as I redirect traffic. Amen? But here's the rude awakening of America. First and foremost, there's about at least 15 to 25% of abortions that are actually being done from the people representing our church. So if you want to get rid of 20% of abortions in America, which would break it, maybe let's say 200,000 less deaths, if everything stands right now, let's have our youth pastors actually talk about keeping your pants on, Gen Z. When was the last time your youth pastor talked about waiting for marriage? Yes. Now here's the rude awakening. My opinion. Everyone say Nick's opinion. My opinion is such. I believe that Roe v. Wade will not be overturned whatsoever. Listen. Roe v. Wade is a case. Roe v. Wade is a case based on facts and stuff that haven't changed. It was a case. It was a case, though, with other cases that actually gave us the belief that the Roe v. Wade case was some kind of barrier as to why a state could not abolish abortion if so believed. If you actually study the 10th Amendment of the constitutional rights, and you actually look at the God-given basic rights based on the 9th Amendment of the Constitution, I can tell you my prediction is Woe to the rude awakening of the church in America when we find out for 50 years we've been waiting for something to overturn when we didn't have to wait for it to be overturned, who actually won't be overturned, to actually go back to the states to abolish abortion. We got some people in D.C. and they've told us that's exactly what their prediction is gonna be. When was the last time our church saw our local Planned Parenthood as our local mission field to just go and pray over Planned Parenthood? When was have you been to a Planned Parenthood near you? Go and pray. Go lay your hand in Jesus' name. Scheduled people today to die, 3,600 today, 3,600 tomorrow. Now, here's the most interesting, crazy, backwards thinking for a second. What if this was flipped? Not Roe v. Wade. Watch this. Ready? This is absolute proof to show you illustratively that the church is in a coma. Can I share it with you? Can you imagine that we now know that the Supreme Court has actually made a decision, correct? We don't get to know the decision for how many months? 6 or 7 months, correct? So what's 6 or 7 months worth of abortions? Too many. Very good. So now watch it. Wait, watch this. Ready. So it's got 700,000 abortions between now and August. 700,000 deaths if we so choose to believe, based on our constitutional right, as there are 38 sanctuary cities already in Texas. There are no babies being killed. There are already no babies being killed in 38 cities in Texas. One is Lubbock. Planned Parenthood moved out. You think they were waiting for Roe v. Wade? They don't need to. Look at Alabama. Alabama's going to be the first. Watch. Alabama's going to abolish abortion first, despite whatever happens to Roe v. Wade. Is Arizona second? Are you going to allow Texas to beat you to the second place? I am now a Texan. I'm a pretty good quarterback for Texas right now for this. You got your competition? What we must understand is, can you imagine if we waited? Watch this. What if it was a different scenario? Oh, guys, we heard that maybe, imagine for a second that I am pro-choice. Just imagine. And imagine Roe v. Wade was actually for life. And imagine they're trying to flip what happened in 73. Can you imagine if I'm pro-choice? Watch. And there's a chance that the Supreme Court would actually allow abortions for the first time in America, but I have to wait for 6 months to actually help the women's rights be liberty in America. Don't you think if it was flipped that waiting for 6 months for a pro-choice decision from Supreme Court would have already lit our country on fire? Think about that for a second. So if we now for life are waiting 7 months for the Supreme Court to be published, is it or is it not, Supreme Court, a neutral stance that you are neither pro-life or for abortion? Because the time is ticking. You might have the most rude awakening in your life as a Christian as you might actually see the Supreme Court exactly say that. It is time for you to do your research. It is time for you to engage in your local political arena. Not to be political, but in the mountain of politics for the sake of your school, for the sake of your city, and for the sake of your state. Tell me where in the Constitution that you in your state can't abolish abortion pre-Roe v. Wade. If you study all of that argument of what just happened, 3,600 today, 3,600 tomorrow, is your church ready? Who will be mayor? Who will be a champion for the unborn? Who is going to be the voice? America, if God doesn't punish us for our sins, He's going to have to apologize to Sodom and Gomorrah. It starts with the first of many sins where America repents. This is where it begins. In your church, in your vote, in you being councilman, councilwoman, county board supervisor, as God leads. Let us be the champions for the unborn. Love you. Hey guys, wait. Sorry. This is Daniel Navejas from Abortion-Free States, who is the single man that God used to teach me about the difference of understanding where we are as a country to actually abolish abortion. Daniel Navejas, Abortion-Free States.
Free to speak at all times, because the battlefield of ideas is the only thing that's going to propel our republic forward. He wouldn't say that to me directly in my face because he's a Twitter coward, and we have too many people like this in America today. And if we're not going to be any better than the Chinese, how do we ever expect to beat them on the world stage? And why would you trust Joe Biden to do anything? He's been wrong on everything he's done, and it's only been 9 months. The left always talks about, and the media always likes to talk about how America is intolerant, but it seems the only group that's intolerant is them. My mom will be like, man, look at my baby. My baby done did something with his life. You know, she was a little concerned about me in high school and college. But you know what? Turning Point is good to be with you here in Phoenix, Arizona. Y'all seem a little tired. Y'all tired? Did something happen last night in Phoenix, Arizona? Did y'all make sure you were in bed? Got a full 8 hours of sleep? Anyway, listen, so here's the deal. I don't know about you, but I'm about tired of the left. I'm tired of talking about them. I'm tired of complaining about them. I'm tired of listening to all their silly little plans that don't do anything, don't mean anything. I'm tired of talking about Joe Biden and stuttering about something else. And I don't want to mean to demean his stuttering. I mean, I understand that's something that bothers a lot of Americans. It really does. But I mean, how many times is he going to call Kamala Harris the president of the United States? I mean, we're like on time number 4, right? Time number 4. I don't know how many times we're going to have to listen to somebody that doesn't know anything about economics tell you and tell me that he's got the prescription to save America. Why do we have to listen to a man in a party that's always been wrong? And I mean always wrong. So I don't want to talk about them today. I know we could talk about immigration, we could talk about the spending, we could talk about the debt, we could talk about inflation, we could talk about Afghanistan, we could talk about how the Chinese are on the move, we could talk about how the Russians are looking at the Ukraine like, you know, a nice fresh steak dinner in front of them. But I ran for Congress and I'm here with you today for one reason. And that's because we got a country to save. You see, 10 years ago, man, I was sitting with y'all. And I mean, don't get me wrong, these are cool seats. I don't know if you noticed, I was kind of walking through the crowd in the back, hanging out. I mean, y'all got good seats. The stage is phenomenal. But over the last 10 years, I decided to get involved in politics. Why? Because America is by far the greatest nation man has ever known. We've done things in a great state, in a great country that is America. We've done things that the rest of the world wish they could do. You see, in our country, we got over the scourges of slavery, and frankly, it was our party that actually abolished slavery and led the fight to making sure that the slaves were free. You see, in our country, we figured out how to capitalize on the ingenuity of man. We did a simple thing like, you know, let people keep their money. How many of y'all like money? I'm a capitalist. I love money. Money's great. I'm not afraid of money. So instead of talking about the left, how about we talk about building America? If we were going to build a country built to last, what would we create? See, I got some ideas. They're not new ideas, but I got ideas. The first thing is, if you're going to save America, if you're going to make a country built to last, what you actually want to have is a country where you're allowed freely to think, to speak, to post. You can share memes. Some of them may not, some people might, they don't really like them. But it's okay because you're free. If you're in college in America today, you're allowed to have your own political opinions, and that's okay. If you work in a company, you're allowed to say, you know what, boss, I don't agree with that policy, and it's okay. You're allowed to worship how you want. You're allowed to petition your government. So if you're going to start with anything, you have to start with the freedom that we all hold dear, and that has to be preserved at all times. It can't be questioned. It can't somehow be passé because a bunch of people choose that they want to riot in the streets. It can't be done away with because a bunch of talking heads on cable news think they know better than you. If you're going to have an America built to last, you got to preserve that first. But what else? Let's talk about economics. I talked a little bit about money, but let's really talk about economics. The basis of any economy is energy. If you want an America built to last, you have to have an energy matrix supporting your country that is built to last. You can't just go to the Russians and say, hey, can y'all give us some more oil? What kind of strategy is that? You can't go to the OPEC nations and say, hey, can you please Anybody remember, man, what was the play? We all did it when I was a kid. Some of y'all younger than me, you know. It was like, please, sir, can I have some more? Oliver, there it is. Thank you. Young lady with the cowboy hat. Thank you so much. Oliver. We can't go to the OPEC nations and say, please, sir, can we have some more? Not when we have more natural gas and more oil sitting right under our feet here in the United States. Any economy requires energy. Any economy requires energy. And we should be doing everything we possibly can to drill for it, to use it, to take advantage of it, without having to go and deal with other nations. We shouldn't be shooting ourselves in the foot doing some silly climate deals that we know the Chinese and the Russians want no part of. You know, there's one thing about energy that we should actually do. It's this funky little thing. It's called nuclear power. You know, it's this thing we kind of discovered here. And you know the cool thing about nuclear energy? It doesn't emit like nothing. You can just run it and it just keeps going and going and going. It's better than the Ever Ready Buddy. It just keeps going. It's great. And it's cheap. And it's sustainable. We should take advantage of that. When it comes to taxes, we should keep them low. You know, I was in a hearing the other day, and I was with one of my colleagues, and she was talking about the big banks and the evil banks. And she was like, what we need are more credit unions. And this isn't a slap to the credit union people. Credit union people, you do your job, that's fine. I don't really care. But I had to remind my colleague that the reason why credit unions can do so much and banks seem to be so squeezed is because credit unions don't do this very simple thing called pay taxes. So I said to her, I was like, you know, if I get to keep my money, I could do a whole lot more too. So how about we just keep taxes low and let people keep the fruits of their labor? Because when you have your money, you're going to do far more with it than if you have, especially some of these Democrat members, if they have your money. Because they don't know what they're doing. They're not. Look, can we talk honestly? I'm going to talk to this section for a moment. So I deal with a lot of people on the other side of the aisle. Okay? You want to know the real secret? They're not that bright. Ain't a lot going. I listen to them speak. I'll sit in a committee room and I'll listen. You know, I want to learn. And in the process, I'm just like, yeah, that's not it. That's not it. That's not hitting on anything. Something else you want to do if you want to build a country built to last. You got to have safe streets. Did anybody see how the mayor of San Francisco now all of a sudden supports safe streets? It's as if 2020 and 2021 and 2019 just never happened. You know, I'm going back through my memory like, wait a minute, aren't you the same party? Aren't you the same mayor that actually wanted to defund your police? If you want to have a safe America, if you want to build a strong America, you got to have safe streets. You can't keep your business open if you're afraid of it getting looted. Your kids can't walk down the street to go to school if they're afraid that they're going to get beaten up on the way. You can't have a quality learning environment like that. You can't have a safe city. How are your kids going to go play Little League or play pickup basketball or play 7-on-7 in the street? I'm from New York City. We would play football in the street. The boundary are parked cars. If you ever been tackled into a parked car, you got to have safe streets. And I've seen it firsthand. You see, when I was growing up, David Dinkins was mayor of New York. And then this guy came along, some guy named Rudy Giuliani. And Rudy came along and he put a cop on every corner and he made sure they were patrolling the streets. And a funny thing happened in New York. It actually got safer. And when the city was safer, the economy of the city was able to thrive and be more robust, be more consistent. You see, that's what you do if you want to build a strong America. If you want to build an America built to last, then you have a military that is worried about fighting the enemies of our nation and not worried about the social issues of our country. You see, if I want a soldier to fight, to win, and then to come home. I don't need soldiers to concern themselves with the issues between white America and black America. I need a soldier ready to win. Because here's what I know. The Chinese don't concern themselves with the issues between white and black America. The Chinese concern themselves with winning. And if you're going to build an America to last, our military has to be concerned with winning. And that is it. You know, what's up? Oh, thank you. God bless you too. I like you. Man, you threw me off script. I didn't even, you know. That's okay. We're right back. We're right back. I would talk about the Supreme Court. I mean, this Supreme Court, first of all, you know, 45 did a tremendous job changing this court. I call him 45 all the time, you know. I call him 45. Not to his face. To his face, I say, you know, Mr. President, but when I'm talking to y'all, he's 45. I hope our court does the right thing. Our court needs to do the right thing. Because if you're going to have an America built to last, the court can't see politics. The court has to see the Constitution. The court has to see law. And while we're in the process of talking about law, we got to get away from politicizing every trial. Every trial that comes in front of us can't be the determining factor of where America is at that point in time. We have to apply the law as the law should be applied. No more, no less. It can't respect you. It can't respect me. It has to be blind. Because if the law and if jurors and unfortunately if judges are more concerned with how you look, who you look like, what kind of hat you wear, if the court's more concerned with that, we don't have equal justice under the law. We have political justice, and that means there is no law. And if there is no law, then what you have is chaos. And if you have chaos, you cannot have a consistent America where you can grow and you can thrive and you can be and you can dream and you can make all kind of money. Say all kind of money. I know the left doesn't like this thing called money. They like to take it from you. They like using your money. They just don't want you to use your money. I know that. But here's the deal. The way this thing really works is kind of how I got here. I'm a kid from Brooklyn, New York. You know? I mean, I think I'm pretty smart, but my story's 100 stories. I could literally have been your Uber driver last night, if saved for like 3 decisions. I'm a blessed man, saved by grace. But I'll tell you this. If it wasn't for a country where I could get an education and find a job and pretty much be left alone, and be allowed to rise and fall based upon my own merits, my own ability, my own mentality, my own innovation, my own beauty. Come on now. Come on now. Come on now. You know what I'm saying? I see you over there. You know, I see you over there. You too. You smiling a lot. I see you, girl. But we can have fun, right? We can have fun. But my story is only possible in a country like this. Your story is only possible in a country like this. You see, they like to talk so much about how, the people at the top take so much money. But last time I checked, when I was a kid, man, we begged our moms for $130 to go buy a pair of Air Jordans. Michael Jordan didn't make me buy his sneakers. I wanted them. Every kid in this audience either has an Apple phone, I don't know why, because Samsung's where it's at. You can boo all you want, but if you see me on TV, you know one thing, I don't have a problem telling you the truth. You may not like it, but you better learn to love it. See, I love America. We could disagree and have a good time. But if you're going to do this thing right, this is where our society's got to be. Be different. I'm not trying to be you. Don't be me. Be yourself. Because here's the last thing we need. Be yourself. Here's the last thing we need. We need people to run for office. Like I said, 10 years ago, I was sitting in the audience like you. 15 years ago, I didn't care about politics. I was apolitical. I was more concerned with the Suns and the Hornets game that's going on tonight across the street. That's what I was concerned with. I'm a basketball junkie. I love the game. My Lakers are struggling. We'll move on. But it takes people who decide that, you know what, this country's worth saving. It takes people who look at our country and say, you know what, these people who sit in these offices, whether it be a mayor, a city council member, a school board member, oh Lord Jesus. Members of your state legislature, members of Congress, that we got some people sitting in these offices that have no idea what they're doing. And we need new people. We need new blood, and that could be you. And guess what? Here's the other thing. If it's not you, that means it's your job to help somebody get there. Because everybody in this room, no matter what state you come from, whether this is your home state in Arizona, whether you come from the great state of Florida, I mean, after that, it don't really matter what other state you come from, I'm sorry. It's Florida, and then, come on, y'all, we know. It's all right. It's Florida, and then everybody else. But we got love for Texas. We love Texas. We love Missouri. Oh, there's only like two of y'all. Yay, Missouri. Listen, man, I just want to come out here and have fun. I know, listen, y'all going to be in this room for a while. But use this time to be ready for the political battle ahead of us. Because next year, we're going to take back the House of Representatives. Next year, we're going to take back the U.S. Senate. In 3 years, because it's 3 years now, because this year's been a doozy. Ooh, God bless America. This year's been rough. In 3 years, we're coming back for the White House. But don't just be worried about the federal level. We need you to take over your cities. We have to have a reawakening of conservative policies and conservative ideals in inner cities. We have to build an America to last. Because I'm here for one reason, and I know you're here for the same reason. And that only reason is to save America. That's the only thing we're here for, is to save America. If you're tired and you're scrolling through your phone, seeing who copied you on Instagram or who tagged you in something, text them back and be like, hey man, I'm going to look at it later, because we're here to save America. That's the mission. That's the goal. I love y'all. Y'all are cool. God bless everybody. God bless America. God bless Turning Point.
makes America great? We believe it's the fact that anyone can dream and work to make that dream come true. Good Ranchers started with the dream that American meals should come from American farms. We believe you should know the source and trust the source. With the overwhelming majority of grass-fed beef sold in the U.S. being imported from overseas, American farmers are hurting, and ranches that have been here for generations are closing for good. That's why we decided to travel the country, connect with local farms and ranches, and sit down with real Americans to find out what they needed and how we could best serve them. We then took everything we learned and we put it into our boxes. When you open a Good Ranchers box, it's not just full of 100% American meat that is steakhouse quality. It's full of a supply chain that supports American-made only. It's full of a commitment to help American farms and American families thrive. Where do you come in? You already have. You're the first domino that starts the chain. Your order enters the system, supports the farms, cuts the meat, seals the package, packs the box, loads the truck, unloads it to your door, and feeds your family. You are the fuel for Good Ranchers. You're helping keep farms open across the country and donating countless meals to those in need with your purchase. We're not here to stand in the spotlight. Our story is best when it's part of yours. We want to put the focus on those who need it and deserve it. On the farms and ranches that are continuing generations of tradition and quality. On the Americans who need a good meal and are not sure where it'll come from. On the people who want to do good and eat good. On you. This is our way of asking if we can join you for dinner. Can we have a place in the center of each plate? We'll bring the meat. You make the memories.
Good morning, Turning Point USA. Hey, do something with me. Put your hand over your heart and sing with me. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains God bless America, my home, sweet home. If this is the greatest nation on earth, make some noise if you believe it. There it is. My name is Ben Spell. This is my wife, Corley, and we are the founders of Good Ranchers. If you don't know what Good Ranchers is, that means you have not been listening to Charlie Kirk's podcast enough. So, we are a meat box subscription company, and we send meat, steaks, chicken, seafood, pork right to your door, and we only support American ranches. And if you think, well, yeah, give it up for some American ranches. And if you think, well, why is that a big deal? In the last 5 years, over 100,000 independent farms and ranches have closed. The American agriculture, there's a war against American agriculture because imported meat is just getting, coming in on ships every day by the millions of pounds. And do we have any ranchers in the room? Any farmers in the room? Any agriculture majors in the room? Yeah, they're all sitting in the same area. Then you know. Listen, the average person, they have no idea that since 2015, that there was a law change. It's called a COOL law, Country of Origin Labeling Law. And you can import meat from overseas and put a Product of USA sticker on it and sell it in the grocery store and sell it online. Yeah, that's right. But when you buy from Good Ranchers, you will see born, raised, and harvested in the USA, because that's what we believe we should be getting our meat from American farmers, from American ranchers. That's right. So we exist to support American farms, to support American ranchers. We believe in American-made. We're a small family business. So when you support us, you're supporting farms, you're supporting ranchers, you're supporting America. You're also supporting great organizations like TPUSA and people like Charlie Kirk. So God bless America. Thank you. We're so excited to be here. We have a booth. We're giving away free T-shirts. Follow us on Instagram and come by, say hello, get a free T-shirt, and sign up. Most importantly, go get some meat.
Open borders, shameful abandonment, disregard for human life, the prospect of more mandates and lockdowns, and the list goes on. Now more than ever, we need to stick together. Voting alone is not enough. We must use our dollars to support like-minded companies who fight for our rights and beliefs. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider who shares your values. We will give more than $500,000 this year to our causes, and with your support, we'll double that next year. It's time to band together and support companies that truly love America and fight for our freedoms. Will you join us?
Hey, will you join us? My name's Glenn Story. I'm the CEO and founder of Patriot Mobile. We started the business about 8 years ago, and I'll tell you this. I want to just say thank you to Charlie Kirk, Turning Point USA, all the staff. But above that, I want to say thank you to Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior. He is at the helm of our business, and our staff are just stewards. And we take what we earn and we carve out a portion of our proceeds selling cell phones of all things. We sell cell phone service. But I'll tell you what, our service is above, and it's as good as any services you have. But I'll tell you this, nobody supports causes like Patriot Mobile. We support Turning Point USA. We support other organizations that align with our values and your values. First Amendment, Second Amendment, military and first responders, and above all, sanctity of life. And this is life. And I'll say one thing, what really encourages me more than anything, boy, I don't want to fall off. What encourages me more than anything is looking out in the audience and seeing the teens out here and the college kids. I am so inspired by you guys, you wouldn't imagine. It's easy for me to get out in bed knowing that our business is supporting our creator. Now I'm uber excited. You know, I was sitting there last night thinking my dad was a World War II vet. And he was served in the military, was first in the Army blowing up bridges, went on his tour of duty, came back, his town was gone, everybody was gone, either dead or gone. He ended up saying, I got to go back. He re-enlisted in the Navy, and I think they were the greatest generation ever. However, guys, you younger people, the high schoolers, the college people, fighting critical race theory. You're fighting everything. You have two folks that are going after you. You've got the school systems. You have foreign governments out to kill us. Here's the beauty. When you guys navigate through this, you will be the greatest generation this country has ever seen. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. And I know that. Because I know Charlie Kirk. I see what he does. He is an amazing guy, lifting up tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people to get behind this movement. And what a leader. So blessed to know him. So I got one thing. I've got a T-shirt. And I want to see if you guys like this T-shirt. All right, hey, you in the red. Come here. Come here. You, come here. Hey. Yeah, brother. Hey, I want to thank everybody. All right, well, thank you for everything you guys are doing. God bless you. And God bless Turning Point USA. Thank you all.
Choose to believe in a country where we're judged not by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Hate has no place in our schools, and CRT has no place in our classes. Love God, country, family, respect for women and authority, and we got it made. And our culture is life, live to the pursuit of happiness, to have a business, and that someone cannot dictate that we are non-essential. Now more than ever, we need leaders who stand by their principles and won't compromise their values for political opportunities. American people are waking up. Thank goodness. The most powerful three words in the history of mankind is we the people.
This is how we party.
Wow. I ran onto the field decades ago playing the Super Bowl 15, and it doesn't come close to this. This is awesome, guys. I have spent the last year, oh, by the way, you just saw a rising star, Byron Donalds. Keep an eye on him, guys. He's not kind of smart, he's really smart. Keep an eye on him. I've been going across the country and telling everybody I can that I've never been more excited about our future than I am today. And then I found out I was kind of I was a little bit calling myself short until I came in last night and realized seeing these young people, seeing these folks that have actually taken a charge and understand what our future is all about and taken part of that, I now can seriously say I've never been more excited about our future than I am today. Thank you for Turning Point USA. Thanks for Charlie Kirk for understanding that our kids is where our future is going to be. And young people, I'm going to have a little message for you tonight. Young ladies, I want you to know how important you will be to the future of our country, because you're going to set the tone, and I'll talk about it in a second. My optimism comes from one simple thing. I've seen this movie before. I grew up in a community that was very proud of being Americans. I grew up in a community when my dad's generation came back that was the greatest generation in the history of mankind from war. They came back, decided who they were, decided to build a nation, and not to apologize for who they were. It was a community across the country that though we were not assimilating, we had a couple things in common. They loved our country, they believed in meritocracy. And this is why we have to make sure that the history of my dad's generation and beyond are taught again. There's a reason why the hard left, the Marxists, do not want us to learn our history. There's a reason why they want to delete some of the success I'm going to tell you about in the next few minutes. It's very simple. You steal our history. You steal pride in our past, appreciation for our present, and a vision for our future. And that's what the left does. They steal. They give hopelessness instead of hope. I have a great history, legacy, one of the greatest Americans, Booker T. Washington. And I won't go through all the great things he did, but I can say this in summary. His message is very simply this: you never have to ask or beg for respect when you command respect. How do you command respect? Through meritocracy. You never have to ask or demand another man's property when we live in a free country. You can work and earn it yourself. How? Through meritocracy. There was a great group of men and women back in the early 1900s called the Black Wall Street. This is things you guys don't know about. They don't want to teach the fact that any race, any people, any country, any individual, no matter how they get to this country, can succeed. All you have to do is tie into the four tenets to make our country the great country it is. What are those four tenets? Faith, family, free market, education, period. We focus on faith, family, free market, and education. We win, my friends, we win. But Black Wall Street taught us how that happens. Between 1905 and 1921, there were 600 businesses built during that time, 50 millionaires. 6 of them had private planes in the early 1900s, destroyed in 1921 by the Democratic KKK. I came from a community in the 40s, 50s, and 60s because we believed in those tenets I just talked about, led our country to growth in the middle class, men matriculating from college, men committed to marriage, percentage of entrepreneurs. Over 40% of black Americans were business owners across this country. which meant 50 to 60% of black Americans across this country were middle class. I grew up in that community. I grew up in a community in which I didn't meet white Americans until I was 16 years old. But boy, was I proud of who we were. My expectations were very high because my parents demanded that of us. Guess what happened? Democratic welfare programs destroyed that community I'm talking about today. Some of you guys are totally shocked to hear that it was black women had a higher percentage of being married than white women until 1970. That's a shocker, isn't it? Because that's what the left does. They destroy. Understand this, and it's so great we're finally talking about an ideology for what it is, the godly ideology of Marxism. They hate God, they hate family, they hate the free market. What have we experienced in the last 2 years? An attack on God, family, and the free market. That's why, young people, I'm so proud to see you here. So proud. You are our future. Thank goodness for that. One of the greatest gifts that my parents' generation gave us was understanding of the power of manhood and womanhood. Yes, 16 million young men, World War II, volunteered and went to war because they loved our country. There's something more personal about this process that men go through. They volunteered to fight because they wanted the respect of womanhood. As we enter this season of Christmas, I want you guys to think about what we really see with the example of our Lord Jesus and Savior Jesus Christ. I want you to remember as he was on that cross, going through excruciating pain to atone for the sins of mankind, that in that moment of excruciating pain that no one else could ever even conceive of, he looked down and saw his mother. And he told his disciple John, "Behold thy mother." In that moment, he showed that the closest thing to the pure love of Christ is motherhood. And no matter how much pain we go through, that needs to be defended, period. In motherhood, we find all those great words: charity, sacrifice, nurturing, protection. I can sum it up in 2 words: Mama Bear. And what I want you guys, you young ladies, to know, that it's you, motherhood and womanhood, that's going to define our nation, because you always have. How do you define our nation? By keeping your standards so high that real men will thrive to achieve your respect. I'm going to tell you how to recognize real men, okay? Young ladies, is that okay? Can I do that? Young men, listen up. You got to man up. Here we go. There is only one responsibility that men have, if you think about it, when it all shakes out. That is to provide, protect, and partner with womanhood, to give her the room to define our nation, our nation's heart, our nation's courage, our nation's character. Real men, when evil steps up to the doorstep, does not get on their knees and beg for mercy with a wife and kids. He's prepared himself, and just like he knows how to use an iPhone, he knows how to use a gun. And he shows up and takes care of business. He's determined never to allow his wife and kids to look at him as a whiner, weenie, and wimp. Real men, when he tells his children and his wife, "I love you more than life," means it. In that nanosecond, he will make that decision. His life is worth any sacrifice for his wife and his kids. Real men do not stand by silently as biological men compete against women, take their life's worth, and feel no shame. He understands that God's put in place certain laws and certain standards. For instance, the law of gravity. I don't care how many things we can do in D.C., try passing a law that gravity doesn't work for you. And jump off this building and see how well that goes. Well, he also created two genders, men and women, period. Real men do not stand by and watch children and women trafficked on the southern border. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if those children are ours or not. The children are ours, period. And we should never stand by and let this evil ideology, this godless ideology, use, abuse, and discard these beautiful children and women for the sake of power and profit. We stand up, my friends. We stand up. Real men understand the power of these words, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And understand happiness in those days was property. And we can talk about property so many different ways. I'm going to tell you the greatest property a man will have at the end of his day. It's called a good name, a legacy, something that his wife and his children will be proud to pass down and to hold on to themselves. Real men do not stand back cowardly as leftists teach our children to hate others based on race, creed, or color. That's not what we do, my friends. That's not who we are. We fight against hatred. And there's no country in history mankind has done a better job of making sure every generation gets better and better at it, generation after generation. Real quick, and I didn't plan on telling you guys this, but I grew up in the 60s, days of KKK, Jim Crow, and segregation. The big movie, for some guys might remember, the big movie in those days was Guess Who's Coming for Dinner? All right, big movie about Sidney Poitier and his white fiancée sitting down with Spencer Tracy at a dinner table, the whole movie, talking about something that we just knew was not going to happen in the 60s, interracial marriage, interracial dating. It just wasn't going to happen. My family of 6 kids, 5 girls and 1 boy, we represent black, white, Hispanic, American Indian, and Trinidadian, and call each other family. That's the America that we all know. And real men do not stand silent as their kids are being used as guinea pigs. I cannot believe I'm going to have to read this to you guys. Pfizer and BioNTech is testing a 3rd dose of their COVID-19 vaccine in an ongoing trial of children ages from 6 months to under 5 years after companies found that 2-dose regimen didn't generate a strong enough immune response in some children. The companies announced today. Let me tell you what I just read. This is a father who's a coward. He's a whiner, weenie, and wimp that lets a 6-month little baby be vaccinated so that CNN feels good about it. Unbelievable. My optimism is this, and I have never been more optimistic than I am today. You saw why. You saw Jim Jordan. You see Byron. You see some other friends. But more importantly, the American people. Let me tell you what happens when American people deal with contrast. We live in this freedom bubble. We live our lives every single day building our dreams. Our homes, memories, our businesses, retirement one day. And inside this little freedom bubble, sometimes we forget there's evil at our doorsteps every single day. What happens to contrast? Pearl Harbor, 9/11, 2020. We wake up, baby. We wake up. There's nothing more powerful than 3 words. These 3 words, the most powerful 3 words in the history of mankind, the way it's been put together. We the people. Period. What it says is this. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle we sit on, Republican, Independent, or Democrat. It doesn't matter. When we people start talking, we start thinking about those things we have in common, not those things that divide us, there's nothing more powerful than that. You know why? Because we began our country with Judeo-Christian values. A God that said if we are in harmony, we are powerful. And I tell you what, my friends, we love freedom more than anything else as a country, as a nation, as parties. And a lot of my Democratic friends are finally waking up and saying, you know what? I get it. I want my freedom to go to church, to open my business, put my kids in school, and get a good education. I get it. And I'm going to vote my policies, not party. And boy, do we win when that happens. I'm going to see if I can take a couple questions, but I want to just leave you guys with one little football story. This goes back to high school. How many remember the movie Remember the Titans? Okay. That was my experience. I was one of 4 black athletes to go to this former all-white high school, and 10th grade year. And we had this bully. His name was Larry. And Larry was bigger, older, stronger, faster, meaner, you name it. All the things the bullies don't want to see in, he had it all. And he just happened to not like us very much. And every single day, I was a running back and Larry was a linebacker. Larry would try to hurt me. I got to the point, I didn't know what to do with this thing. So I went to my dad and said, Dad, I don't know how to deal with this guy. Dad, in his wisdom, said something that has allowed me to understand courage from that point on. He says, Virgie, this is what you do. You get the football, you run through the line, and you find Larry. And you run at him as fast as you can and hit him as hard as you can. Now, you have to keep in mind, my thought before this advice, you find Larry and go the other way as fast as I could. And I had to have a little faith because Dad wasn't going to be with me to take care of the consequences. I had to be there to deal with this. I remember it's like yesterday. The hole opened up. I ran through, and there's Larry to my right. And I ran at him as hard as I could, as fast as I could, and it shocked him. The coach actually got upset with me, thought I was trying to start a fight, threatened to throw me off the team. But it was the beginning of respect from Larry. It was the very beginning. 6 years later, we played on an all-star team together, North-South all-star team. As we finished practice, going to this locker room, sitting down with some of my buddies, and here comes Larry. He walks in, he's the only white guy in the room, because Larry had changed. That's America. We change. We grow up. The most important thing I learned, when it comes down to fear, when it comes down to bullies, you run at them as fast as you can and hit them as hard as you can. If you want to know what drove the left nuts over the last 4 years, they finally ran into a president who knew what it was to deal with a bully. Big time. Drove them nuts. And they haven't seen nothing yet. Look at these young people in this room. When we, the people, run at bullies as fast as we can and hit them as hard as we can, keep in mind, we have to understand this about these guys. They're all cowards and bullies. If they're not hiding behind tenure in a college, they're hiding behind bureaucracy, nobody knows who they are, or they're hiding behind a white hood or a black mask, they're always hiding. They're cowards and bullies. And we're calling them out because they've gone a step too far. Let me tell you what I see happening over the next couple of years. First of all, we're going to get back to the House in 2020. We'll get back to Senate in 2020. And my dream, and it's all up to us, guys. Let's do it in such a way that Biden can't veto anything we do. We, the people in the front seat, once again, driving our car down the road toward freedom, period. And there's nothing they can do to stop us. But it's going to come up to us to do that. I played on a team, Raiders. Let's wrap this up. Back in the day, and I tell young people, yes, the Raiders used to win football games in the old days. They really did. They really, really did. They really did. And it was a culture that was so unique. It was a culture of second chances. If you're too old, too rambunctious, too wild, too crazy, too dangerous for other NFL teams, you're just right for the Raiders. There's one thing about that team that I played with that year. I got to the point where I realized I had so much respect for my teammates. They were doing everything they had to do. We got to the point where we didn't care who got the credit. We just were a solid team. My goal was very simply, I did not want to be the weak link. I did not want to look at the film and say, I'm the guy who let our team down. And whether it be Ray Guy who come in and kick 3 times a game from our 10-yard line to their 10-yard line, or a player came in and played every single play of the game, we all felt whatever time we were on the field, we gave our best, we gave all. Let me tell you what's happening across our country. Busy people, successful people, who in the past have been building their businesses, building their homes, building their families, too busy, realizing it's now time for me to come out of the stands, off the sideline, get on this field, and put everything I can on that field. Leave nothing left, nothing left. And when that happens, there's nothing going to stop us. When that happens, then we have to remember the promises that we were given from the very beginning. A country built on Judeo-Christian values, where all we have to do is be our very, very best, and we'll be blessed by Heavenly Father. We'll be blessed, and we are going to be blessed. As I leave you with one last 3 words, that what happens with Al Davis, he gave us years and years ago, that I see with our country. We're going to come together, make it happen, and we just win, baby. Get ready, all right? Take care. Thank you so much.
If we don't speak in politically correct terms, we are canceled. We lose our job. Erased. They're trying to rewrite history. They don't care about you or any other victim. This is a nightmare. This is a prelude to socialism. They did this for us, you ungrateful, tone-deaf, taxpayer-funded career politician. Make no mistake. We are the silent majority. It is time to take America back.
Welcome to Turning Point. What an audience. Whoa. I got to tell you, leave it to Charlie Kirk. He can gather more people at any given time than anyone I have ever met. Let's give him a round of applause. All right, so we're in a good place. We're going to be positive today. Okay? And it's rare that I'm positive. In fact, I'm sick of listening to myself not being positive. And what are you doing? Okay. So, last night on my show, Justice, I decided that Nancy Pelosi needed a Christmas carol. An Ebenezer Scrooge type Christmas carol. Because she's got a lot of ghosts in her past. And I decided that what we've got going on in this country is some craziness. We've got the borders are open, but they're chomping at the bit to shut us down again. The vaccines work, they're wonderful, but if you don't mask up, we're not going to let you go back to work. The big box stores are thriving and the mom and pop stores are dying. And the police are being trashed and the criminals are emboldened. So what's wrong with America today? A lot. You know, I know that Tucker Carlson talked to you guys about life and philosophy. I don't have a lot of life and philosophy to talk about because I don't have a sauna, so I can't sit and think in the quiet of the morning and think about all this stuff. As soon as I get up, I'm hit by at all angles. First of all, I have 3 dogs. I have 3 standard poodles. They're very polite. They're like horses. I have one, his name is Red. First of all, there's Ted, Red, and Stella. Before Ted and Red, there was Stella and Sir Lancelot. Sir Lancelot passed. Stella was depressed. So I got the brothers, Ted and Red. The brothers could not be separated. So now I have Ted, Red, and Stella. So they're very polite. They'll get up. But until I move, they don't do or say anything. So in the morning, there's too much going on for me to reflect on my life. I'd like to reflect on my life. We should all reflect on our lives. I think what Tucker did was excellent. You need to think outside that immediate box. We're all so driven. We're driven. I don't know why we're driven. Why? You know, we're just competitive. We're overachievers. You know, I had to get out of high school in 3 years. I had to go to law school. I had to do this. I had to do that. You know, and I'm still having to do this and that. But it's good to think about what Tucker thought or talked about, that concentric circle. Your family, the people that you love, your community, your country. I'm here to talk about your country. The country has changed. There is a culture war going on. When I grew up, everything was kind of dandy. I grew up in small-town America where everybody went to church on Sunday and you did your homework at night and everybody, you know, my dad was a veteran, my grandfather was a veteran, and you could buy a decent tomato. Okay? There weren't this GMO and all this other stuff, whatever it means, genetically modulated or whatever. What do I know? I can't keep up with that stuff. But America has changed. And you need to understand that this country is the greatest country on earth. And as the greatest country on earth, there is a lot to fight about. There is a lot that's worth working for. And you have got to stand up and be counted. No more of this, somebody else will handle it, because they won't. You are the next generation. You have to handle it. So what am I talking about? I'm talking about the fact that fundamental to any society is law and order. If you do not have law and order, you do not have a society worth keeping. I have been a prosecutor, a judge, and a sitting district attorney for 32 years. I know crime. I spent my life in the trenches, on the battlefield, where the fight between good and evil unfolds every day. I think somebody drank out of this. Did someone drink out of this because it was loose? Who did? Hey, Charlie. I want a bottle of water included in my next contract. Okay, now I forgot where I was going. All right, so, law and order, 32 years, best years of my life. It's about settling scores. It's about making sure that the silent victims of crime are heard from and represented. And I'm telling you, as sure as I'm standing here right now, the crime in this country is like nothing we've seen in the last half century. And you know why? You want to know why? It's because the left has decided that oh, whoa. I was right. You always need to analyze the evidence. It was, he did drink, whoever it was drank from it. Anyway, a little lesson there. So, when you talk about law and order, the left cares about the victim and not the criminal. This defund the police movement is the craziest shit I've ever heard. I mean, who ever heard of that? Who ever heard of defund the police? And they don't just say it, they march to it, they follow it, they think that that is the answer to all our problems. Well, I'm here to tell you that in 32 years of working with law enforcement, state, local, federal, not once have I met a serial, racist, murdering cop. Not once. But I can tell you this, every cop that I have met is someone who has made the decision to put his life on the line, which is a meaningless phrase after you hear it so much. But I've seen guys 6'4" crying when a man shoots his wife and there's a 3-year-old hanging on the cop's leg saying, what's going to happen to daddy? I've seen cops cry when they see children who've been beaten and battered and thrown up against a wall and dead. I don't want to tell you stories that'll make you sick, but trust me, I can tell you them. And the people who are the only line between us and a barbaric society is that thin blue line, and God bless every one of them. Damn right. You're damn right. All this nonsense. Nonsense. They don't get paid anywhere near what they should get paid. And they're damn smart. They solve crimes that you and I could never think of solving. And they'll stick with something like it's a thorn in their side for years until they solve a case. I know cops. I know what they do. So let's just cut the crap with this defund the police. And how you going to do it? I'll tell you how you're going to do it. When you move, I don't know, parents are here, college kids are here, high schoolers are here, it doesn't matter. In your town, who is the mayor? Who is the sheriff? Who is the DA? Who's on the city council, the town council, the county board, the county legislator? Who are they? And if you don't know who they are, you better find out who they are. And the next time there's an election, you better find out who they are. Because as sure as I'm standing here, what I think is going to happen, who benefits from defund the police? Nobody. That's why it makes no sense. Life is common sense. If it doesn't make sense to you, then there's something wrong. I told this to juries for years. They would say, how can we tell if this witness is credible and this witness is not credible? And I would say there's no litmus test. As a judge, I can't tell you, members of the jury, what's true and what isn't. But does it make sense? Does it fit in with your experience, with the other evidence, circumstantially? Does it piece together with the other stuff? Or does it sound a little strange and doesn't fit in the puzzle? Well, the same with your lives. And this matters to you. I don't care if you're 90 or you're 19. We must have police, and we must have administrations, whether they're federal, state, local. But I'm hitting local today, and I'll tell you why. I want to tell you why. I believe that this defund the police movement is all about taking law enforcement away from locals and giving it to the federal government where they have the power to decide who gets prosecuted, they investigate, and they cut loose people they want to cut loose. That's what's going on in this country, folks. They are looking to get rid of the cops so they can replace them and be in charge. We're not going to have that. And you're going to stop it. And it may sound too simple to you, but it is simple. You've got to be on top of your local politicians. You've got to be on top of that election. And if they can't answer to you, and if they don't say things that make sense to you, then it's time to move on and move out. Hey, there's something called peaceful protest. Damn it, we can do it too. You don't like it? Get out there and say it. Get out there and have the press report on it. And that's the problem. When all we see is one side, everybody thinks, well, gee, maybe I'm alone in thinking about this. No, I'm not alone. In fact, I'm part of the silent majority. Although I'm not so silent. But you are. You are part of the silent majority if you're not out there and you're not being heard. You've got to get involved. Yeah, I'm going. Let's talk about the borders. Let's talk about those borders. What border? Good answer. Good answer. Why would anyone leave a border open to a sovereign country? There is no nation if there is no border. Even the Vatican has a border. Come on. So, what is the point? Makes no sense to me, and it makes no sense to you. Either we are a sovereign nation with a tax system where we pay the government to take care of us and protect us, or we're not. Right now, we are a globalist landing spot. 161 nations have come through the border. What you don't hear a lot about from the mainstream media, and I talk about this on my show, Justice, is the undeclared war coming from China. I'm not talking about the vaccine, listen to me, about the virus. I'm talking about fentanyl. What the border agents are telling us, that they're not telling us, is that fentanyl is coming from China. And by the way, 2 grams will kill you. It'll kill all of us. All right? We're talking crazy stuff here. It comes from China. Pills are made in Mexico. They're stamped to look like real pills, like Xanax, OxyContin. It looks like a pill that you would buy in a store. 1 out of 4 to 1 out of 6 of those pills have fentanyl in. That means whoever takes that pill dies immediately. So we're hearing about all these kids overdosing. They are not overdosing. They are being murdered. This is an undeclared war by China through the Mexican cartels into the United States of America. These are not overdoses. And I want you to think about why we would leave the border open when 90% of the heroin comes through the border, when now we've got the risk of fentanyl killing our children. I had a mother on my show who said to me, my daughter needed a Xanax. Her girlfriend gave her a Xanax. Her girlfriend bought the pill. My daughter died. She said, my daughter didn't do drugs. She was going to the doctor the next day. They're killing us. Nobody cares. They don't talk to us about this. I believe we can take this nation back. I do. I am positive. It's through the elections. Whoever you vote for, make sure that they pass your litmus test. Now, let me talk about who else is coming through the border. We all know illegals, most of them good people who want to work. the prosecutor in me wants to know, who's a pedophile? Who thinks he can beat his wife? Who thinks he can drink and then get in a car and drive drunk? Who's a thief? Who is someone who rapes women? Who is someone who is not concerned about robbing people or killing someone with a gun? Right now, the invitation is clear. Come on in, because throughout the United States, they eliminated bail, and they euphemistically call it bail reform. It's not bail reform, folks. It's let them out of jail free, embolden the criminals, and victimize the victims over and over again. I have seen the ugliest side of life, the pain that people go through for no reason. They didn't do anything. They didn't ask for it. And like a thunderbolt, suddenly, violent crime visits them, but not just them. Their loved ones, their families, their neighborhoods, their communities. The ripple effect is enormous. It's enormous. And we become harder and more violent when we don't address the problem, when we don't make arrests, when we don't convict. These leftist liberals are literally letting convicted felons in prison, sentenced already, letting them out of jail. We're not arresting people. I'm not going to bore you with what you already know, but do you know what that will do to our society? That will finish us. It will destroy us. Does that make sense to you? Of course not. If it doesn't make sense to you, then you've got to change it, and you can change it. I want to tell you a little story about me. I was an assistant DA a long time ago. I'm no spring chicken. I don't like the way you laughed. I'm not. And it's fine. It's fine. So when I got a job in the DA's office, it was the Westchester County DA. It's an office of about a county about 1 million people. They put me in the Appeals Bureau. The Appeals Bureau is where you write appeals. You read about the trials and you write appeals. I was the first woman. They didn't know what to do with me. That was a long time ago. No, it's fine. So as the first woman, it was a long time ago. So I would write my appeals, but every day in the library, the guys would come in, the local courts, and, they'd eat their lunch. So I'd sit there and be proud, I was an assistant DA, I was the girl there. And so they'd complain and they'd say, I got to go to I got to do the circuit tonight in North Westchester, which is like 15 miles away, and I got a hot date. And the other one saying, yeah, I got to go to, Greenburgh tonight. So it's after hours, the local town courts, because White Plains was the center of the county, and they would go to all other areas of the county. So they would never let me try a case, because I was a girl. So I said, one day I said, and I remember his name, Bob DeLascio. I always liked Bob, still talk to him. I said, Bob, how about you let me go do your case? In, I think it was Somers or somewhere. And he said, how could you do my case? I said, well, I won't say it's me. I'll put your name on the file. And, I'd like to get out of appeals. It's at night. I don't have any kids. I mean, I can, let me just go. You get your hot date. I get to go to court. So I come back the next day, and it was fine. And then, one of the other guys comes, and there's no computers then. This was in, it was 78, 79. So the files were all written. So stop banning. So, so then one of the other ADAs had me do a trial. So do a court, I go up there, it's a trial. It's holy shit. Nobody ever told me how to do a trial. So the judge says, all right, Miss Pirro, you ready? I said, yes, Your Honor, the people are always ready. So I go there, and I try the case. We get home at like 2 o'clock. It's a DWI, it was a drunk driving. I won the case. So I come back no. So I come back the next day and I was like, hey, yeah, I won the case. And they're like, you won the case? Yeah. So to make a long story short, for the next year, these guys had more hot dates, and I ran all over the county. All over the county. I was trying this and trying that and putting their names on it. I didn't care. I got my experience. Because it's theater. So I get a call from Mr. Fussell. He's a chief assistant. Mr. Fussell wants to see Miss Pirro. So, Mr. Fussell, for the oldies in the audience, does anybody remember Edward G. Robinson and Peter Lorre? Put the two of them together, that's Mr. Fussell. I'm like, oh my God. So he calls me in and he's smoking. He's not looking up. He just says, sit down. So I said, okay, thank you, Mr. Fussell. I'm thanking him for telling me to sit down. I didn't know what to say. So he says, what's this I hear you're trying cases? You're in the Appeals Bureau. No one gave you a right to try a case. I said, I know, Mr. Fussell, but I was just trying to help. Everybody's so busy. It didn't work. That one didn't work. So I said, and so he said, you do what we tell you to do or you don't work here. He was tough on me. And I said, I'm so sorry, Mr. Fussell. He said, you're not sorry. He said, how did you know how to try a case anyway? Because I said to him, Mr. Fussell, I won them all. And he said, how did you know how to try a case? So I straightened up. I said, Mr. Fussell, in the Appeals Bureau, I read all your trials. You were the best litigator and the best teacher. So I remember he put the cigarette out and he says, you are one sly fox. It's the truth. I wrote a book called The Sly Fox. And here's the good news. For those guys who didn't like me, said I wouldn't let a girl try a case. I wouldn't let a girl. Well, I became their boss. So, my point in telling you this is they can tell you, you can't do this and you can't do that. And you know what? You can't do the other thing. You can do whatever you want. I started, and I'm going to leave you with this because we didn't have a lot of time. I started the first domestic violence unit in the nation in 1978. No one was talking about battered women and abused children, and I had no personal experience. I just read about it. And I said to myself, this is crap. Started the first one in Westchester, became a pilot program throughout the nation. And then I moved to child abuse because they said child abuse was a social problem, not a criminal justice problem. Not the way I saw it, buddy. It was a criminal problem. Follow your dreams. You can do whatever you want. This is the greatest nation on earth. The burden now is on you to keep it that way. God bless you and God bless the United States of America.
that's why the small business and free enterprise and the free market is so efficient. You know, we're at war right now. This is an unknown. Nobody knows what's going to happen.
Those that work the hardest tend to be the most lucky.
People, they need to get going again. The small businesses just got pounded by the pandemic, but they're resilient and they're ready to go. There's nobody that can compete with small-town American business owners. I mean, that's what runs it. When small-town America wins, the United States of America wins.
Jimmy John's is over-the-top quality food run by a team of hardcore, competitive ass-kickers.
It was senior year. My father said to me, you got to figure out what you're going to do when you get out of high school, because you can't live at home. And he said, you can go to school or you can start a business or get a job, but you can't live at home. And he said, I'll lend you $25,000. If the business succeeds, he'll own 48% and I'll own 52%. If it fails, I'll go to the Army. And that was kind of our deal. I got lucky and I stumbled on a little sandwich shop in Carbondale, Illinois called Booby Sandwiches. And it was this little box, and you walked in, you got a sandwich and a beer, and you left. And when I saw the limited equipment, that's when I knew that I could do sandwiches, because there was no equipment there. So I open the store, I show up January 13, 1983 is my opening date. Literally nobody comes in. I didn't have an A location, I had a B location, and I thought maybe I could deliver these things. Delivery was never a strategy. I just delivered to survive. And what the delivery ended up letting me do is I was doing A sales out of B real estate. Because I was a hustler. I was going out and hustling and making it happen. I started to write down how to open up the store. I started to write down how to close a shift. And it was the beginning of sort of my systematic operation of the sub shop. I really enjoyed the work, and I never knew that I would enjoy it as much as I enjoyed it. I loved cooking for people. I loved giving people a sandwich, and they would give me money and say thank you. It was unbelievable. I was like, I'd never had such gratification in my life. I loved it. As far as advertising goes, I didn't know anything about advertising, so I would save my money up and run an ad, and I didn't know what to say in the ad, but I wanted to get people's attention. So every single ad that I did, the headline had to tell the story, or at least get their attention. You know, the headline was Party. Planning you love it, you can't wait till it starts, it's dance and romance and time to depart, but alas, you just met a cutie that says you're a beauty. If that is your fate, it's never too late to impress that new love with a Jimmy John sub. Basically, you know, I didn't have any money, so when I did have money and I used it, I wanted to make an impact. I tried to make an impact, or at least get their attention when I could get their attention, and that was really what I was trying to do. Always been about quality ingredients. I used the best flavor and the best cuts that I could afford to use. You know, I wasn't 2-year age prosciutto, but I was real Genoa salami, real capicola, real Wisconsin provolone cheese, high butter fat. It's just the way I've been since the start. As far as I'm concerned, I think being incredibly disciplined, incredibly organized and systemized in your life is a way of life, and it goes right along with quality being a way of life. And if you're organized and you're disciplined and you have quality, you just can't fail. Then it just comes up to execution. Who's going to execute the best? Some of the most impactful things that I've learned being in business for myself over the last 40 years, number one, hang around with people that you aspire to be like or you want to be like. You are who you hang with, period. Number two, irregardless of your past success, I want to know about what you're doing now. I want to know about what you're doing today. What are you doing for society? What are you doing for yourself? What are you doing for your family? What are you doing for your community? When you're enjoying the moment, you're maximizing your life. And that probably is my biggest learner that took me 57 years to learn, is live in the moment, live in the present, be with people you like, get rid of the shit that you don't, and if you're going to do something, do it to the best of your ability and the best that you can.
Thank you all so much. What an honor to be here. Holy shit, only in America. From sandwiches to the stage, right? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm on a, what's that? Okay. So, just real quick, I graduated second to last in my class in high school. I never went to college. I was dyslexic, couldn't read. I could read, but I couldn't comprehend. When I was in school, my teachers didn't like me. They didn't like me not because I was a jerk. They didn't like me because I was a smart dude, but I couldn't, and I could have conversation and I could function, but I couldn't comprehend what I was reading. So they all said, you know, this kid's, he needs to apply himself, and he's not applying himself. And if this kid would just apply himself, he would be, you know, he'd be a good student. So, long story short, I got in some trouble. They wanted to kick me out of school. And the disciplinary dean, who I got to know really well, his name was Jim Lyons. He said, look, if you're going to kick Jimmy out of school, then you're going to kick me out too, or I'm going to quit. And he said, I'll look after Jimmy. I'll talk to Jimmy, but let me see if I can work something out with Jimmy. So Mr. Lyons comes to see me, and he says, Jimmy, follow my lead. I'll get you through school. They're not going to kick you out, because if they kick you out, I was leaving too, and they don't want to lose me because they're only one of me. So Mr. Lyons and I proceeded to go through high school together. So we did that. I graduated second to last in my class, and I made it. Little bit about my history. My dad was mixed race. My mother came from Lithuania when she was 12 years old. Russia invaded Lithuania. They lived on a farm. 2 daughters, my grandma and grandpa. They left the farm, spent about 6 months on the run. They ended up in a displaced persons camp in Germany for 2 years. Came to Ellis Island, moved to Chicago, Market Park, Lithuanian neighborhood. My mom finally made it to Market Park when she was 14 years old. When she was in 1959, she was a freshman at University of Illinois. She was homecoming queen. Her picture was on the front page of the Daily Illini at University of Illinois. My father was the first Leoto, with French Creole background, the first Leoto to go to college. So he fought the Korean War, went to University of Illinois, saw my mom's picture in the Daily Illini, saw where she lived, called my mother and said, you promised you'd have coffee with me? She said, oh yeah, I remember. He never met my mom. Anyway, they went and had coffee. They got married. So my father graduated from the University of Illinois in 1959 with a degree in mechanical engineering. He proceeded to go sell encyclopedias door to door, became a book salesman. So anyway, in 1967, he started a plastic molding business. In 1972, we were bankrupt as a family. 1976, bankrupt again. Bankruptcies meaning powdered milk. Powdered milk sucks. I hated running out of money, and I remember it clearly. I left home in 1982. Right before I was going to graduate, March of 82, my dad said, Jimmy, you're going to go to the Army, right? And I said, Pops, I'm not going to the Army. He said, yeah, but your older brother went to the Army, and he's going to go to Eastern Illinois University. I went in the Army. Your little brother's going to go to the Army. You got to go to the Army. He said, I don't want to get to the Army. Every time I get in a fight, I get beat up. I don't want to. My dad was a fighter. My brothers are fighters. I'm not a fighter, man. I just could get the shit beat out of me. So I didn't want to go to the Army. So my dad says, well, look, you always like eating these Chicago hot dogs. How about you open up a little hot dog stand? You always talked about opening a hot dog stand. So I said, great. I said, love to do it. How's it work? He said, I'll loan you $25,000. I said, what's that mean? He says, I'll own 48%. You own 52%. If it makes it, I'll be a 48% partner. If it fails, you don't pay me back, but you go to the Army for 2 years. So I said, all right, Pops, I got you. So I graduated high school, visited hot dog stands for 2 weeks, had my list of equipment. I had what I needed to have. And I went to used equipment warehouse stores in Chicago, and the best price I got was $45,000. I went back to see my Pops. I said, Pops, this isn't going to work. I need more money. He said, no, man, the deal's a deal. You got $25,000. So I said, all right. And that's when I stumbled on, you saw in the movie, the sandwich shop at Southern Illinois that had 3 pieces of equipment. And I said, I can do sandwiches. Visited some more sandwich shops, figured out how to bake bread. Opened up my first shop, Eastern Illinois University, 4 sandwiches on my menu, $2.10 each, 25-cent Cokes. To give an idea how serious my old man was, I needed $500 more for an ice machine. I'm like, Pop, ice machine, $500. He's like, dude, deal is a deal. So anyway, I sold a 9-ounce Dixie cup of Coke for $0.25 out of a dispenser, and that was the beginning of Jimmy John's. So I opened up. Yeah, no shit. So I open up with 2 buddies and myself. My dad gives me a checkbook. It's called the Safeguard Business System. He says, hey, Jimmy, pay for everything COD. What's that mean? Check on delivery. You write a check. So something comes in, you pay for it. He says, that way you live in reality. After those bankruptcies, my dad said, always live out of your own cash. No more debt. Live in reality. Manage your cash. It's good stuff. So I open up with 2 buddies. There's 14 shifts a week, 7-day shifts, 7-night shifts. I worked 2 days, 2 nights. One worked 5 days, one worked 5 nights. About a month, one guy quit. I took 7 days. The other guy took 7 nights. That lasted a month, and the other guy quit, and it was me, all alone in the sub shop. It's March of '82. I'm working from 8 in the morning till 2 in the morning. I never knew that was possible. I didn't know a human being could do it, but I could do it. And I did it. Did it the first week, it was tough. Second week, got better. Third week, I'm like, shit, I can do this, man. Fourth week, I'm doing it. You got to remember, I'm dyslexic, fat kid, never sports, totally uncoordinated. This is the first thing in my life. I'm loving my customers. I know who my customers are. I know their names. If they're chubby like me, they got extra mayo. If they're skinny like you, I took it off. You know, I learned the whole deal. With chubby, this is how we get this way. I like mayo. So anyway, so I started figuring out, first year in business, I did $154,000 in sales, made $40,000 profit, split it with my dad. Second year, I did $180,000 in sales. I made $50,000. I split that with my dad, and then I bought my dad out in May of 1985. Yeah, thank you. So the deal on the buyout was this: $25,000 plus 10% interest. So I saved my money, and I had exactly 30 grand. 10% at 25 grand is 2,500. So I have $30,000, and I take it out of the bank cash, and I'm going to pay my dad off and celebrate. He's like, and I pull it out, and I pull the brick, and I set it in front of him. I said, here's your money. And he said, how much is it? I said, it's 30 grand. He said, 30 grand. He's like, no, dude, compound interest. I'm like, dude. Compound interest. So I learned compound interest. I learned that pretty quick. So anyway, I spent 10 years on the road. I moved to 10 cities in 10 years. In 1993, my accountant told me I made $1 million. I said, you made $1 million? He said, yeah, you got $1 million. I said, it's in the bank? He said, yeah, it's in the bank. I said, man, I feel the same way. I'm a millionaire dude, tired, working my ass off, you know, but I guess I'm a tired millionaire. All right, let's go open another sub shop. So 93 to 2003, I started franchising the company. I ran the company stores, and we built it to 25, and then we built 200 franchise units, and I put some professionals in to run the franchise company. 2003 came, my company, 25 units. We're producing $4 million a year of profit. No debt. I owned them. I ran them. They were going like this. My franchise sales were going like this. I didn't do anything about the franchise because I was addicted to those franchise fees. I and I didn't have to show up and do the work, and so I was in denial. Long story short, the guy that's running Jimmy John's now, he said, look, you got to stop selling franchises, and we got to go turn around these 70 failing stores. My kids were 7, 3, and 2. I got married late. I said, I've been on the road 20 years. You want me to go on the road again? He says, we got to go on the road. If we don't go on the road and turn them around, we're going to have nothing to sell. So we went on the road. It took us 18 months, and we turned around 63 of 70 stores, and we shut down 7. We did that work. From that day forward, if you want to open a Jimmy John's sandwich shop, I told you it's 24/7, 365, 7 days a week. If you're going to be a cattle farmer, they get sick on weekends, they get sick on Christmas. It's a brutal business to be in. But if you're willing to do this and you're willing to live this lifestyle, it's incredibly powerful and incredibly effective, and it's a great brand. I started telling people the truth about the business. I made the training more difficult. So from 2003 to 2007, we really got this thing turned around. 2007, I sold 28% of the company, took in some private equity money so I could put some cash in my pocket and put it away so I wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of my life. I put about $130 million in cash in my pocket and put that away, put it in the bank. That was 2007. And now here's the reason I'm here. From 2007 to 2014, we took Jimmy John's from about right under 500 stores to about 2,800 stores. That year, we were flying. We had a fleet of airplanes, 3 airplanes. We had 18 pilots. We were building and opening 30 restaurants a month. We were selling 45 new deals a month. We had a net pipeline gain every month of 15 new units. And we were just ripping. We were ripping. And during that time, there was a new administration came in. There was a community organizer. Barack Obama became President of the United States of America. And while we were ripping, building these restaurants from 2007 to 2014, and this very well-intended man, very bright community organizer that never ran a sub shop before, started changing the labor laws. The key component of it was a manager has to make $52,000 a year, and he has to have 2 40-hour-a-week employees if they're going to be a manager. Okay? There's a new labor law. My average store did $850,000 in sales and made $160,000 in profit. We gave 25% of the profit to the GM and the assistant, and they split it. They made $36,000 and $42,000 base. They each got 20. So the assistant made average $56,000, and the GM made $62,000. So I never worried about this $52,000 salary minimum because we were crushing that. So next thing I know, my franchisee is starting to get sued by law firms all around the country. My average franchisee had 3.5 stores, was Mom and Pop America. They're starting to get sued across the country for taking advantage of their people. Meantime, this community organizer is placing union bosses into National Labor NLRB judgeships to be judges for National Labor Relations Board. So every time a franchisee would go to court, the franchisee would lose because these planted judges were ruling in the favor. No matter what the law said, they were ruling in favor of this labor law. And let me tell you what happened. Here, the next law that they passed was a law that said Jimmy John's a co-employer. It means I got stores in Salt Lake and Anchorage and Washington and all places I've never been, but I'm a co-employer. Now all of a sudden I'm responsible for all these stores. We had 2,800 Jimmy John's stores open. We had 3,000 stores in the pipeline, and I get hit with a class action lawsuit that absolutely just crushes and stops this machine that I've been running for 30 years, just literally grinds it to a halt. And during that time that I took on the private equity partner, I met, my partner grew up with the Romney family. I met Mitt Romney with my family background. I loved America. My dad's mixed race. My mom's an immigrant. I'm a dyslexic billionaire. I got to do something for this country. I got to help the country. So I jumped in and totally naive. I'm telling you, you talk about naive. I'm talking, I didn't know shit about, I knew nothing about politics. I didn't know it was dirty. I knew nothing about it, nothing. I just want people to do what I did in America. So I jump in and help Mitt Romney. Then I'm getting attacked, and then I'm a hunter. I was canceled. I started cancel. I was the first canceller, or whatever it is, man. But I was attacked from all ends of it. But this Obama leadership, I just want you to know that the Obama leadership, I really believe now that they didn't wake up in the morning malicious and say, how can I hurt Jimmy John? How can I hurt small business America? I think he was listening to the wrong people. And he never came to see me and asked me, hey, Jimmy, what do you think about, how does your compensation work? They never called me to ask me, how that works. And the difference is, when Mr. Trump was president, he called me, and during the height of COVID, I got a call from the White House, can I be on a task force representing restaurants in America? They're going to have questions for me every day. And the questions were, and I said, absolutely, I'd love to do it. And Mark Cuban was on it with me for a while until he was a bit of a, not really, he's a great guy, but a little bit of an antagonist. I don't know why. So it ended up being me, but they would have 2 or 3 questions for me every day. I would call other CEOs in the industry, get the answers to the president's questions, and I'd call into the White House at night. And president would be there, or Mnuchin, Kudlow, whoever, there was 20 or 30 people. And I would just answer the questions that they wanted answered from a guy that knew how to fly the damn airplane through a thunderstorm. Totally opposite of what the last administration did. Right? So I did that, and it was an honor to do that for our president. As a matter of fact, Mark Cuban asked me why the hell I'm working so hard. He says, the president's not going to use your stuff. I said, Mark, it's not my job to decide what he's going to do with the job. I am serving and doing what I can do, and I have access to every CEO in America in our industry. And they answer my questions. What's the biggest problem today? What's the solution today? Boom, 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 done, out. I did exactly what he asked. That's how he loves facts, and he moves fast, and that's all he wants. And I provided that to him. So, anyway, and my passion just came from where I came from, just for my journey, and anymore, it was so intense, getting beat up, getting canceled, going through what I went through at Jimmy John's, being in litigation. I didn't want to do it anymore. I'd done it for 30 years. I didn't want to do it anymore. I was tired. I just didn't have the steam. The lawsuits were personal to me. They were personal. I spent $37 million on that class action lawsuit. Imagine $37 million defending myself, right? And I'm going to give you an example. I got a store in Buckhead, Atlanta. It's 1,000 square feet. It runs 45 delivery people for lunch, 15 bicycles, 15 cars, and 15 runners. 20 sandwich makers during lunch, okay? 1,000 square feet, 45 drivers. Business does about $2.5 million a year. I think the thing probably cash flowed about $500,000 a year. Take 25% of $500,000, that's $125,000. So both managers, one of them's making almost $100,000, one of them's making right over $100,000. That restaurant, it's a $2.5 million business with 100 employees, and that restaurant did not have 2 40-hour-a-week employees. So that restaurant, that manager was not a manager because he didn't have 2 40-hour-a-week employees. Could you imagine a $2.5 million business making $500,000 with 100 employees, and that manager is not a manager? That's the shit that I was dealing with, and it was so unreasonable. I couldn't do it anymore. So I just couldn't do it. So in 2016, I sold a chunk of the business. In 2019, I merged the rest of my shares into Inspire Brands. And to them, it's not personal, and they're doing a great job with Jimmy John's. And anyway, I came here today just to share that last in my class, immigrant family, dad's the first Leoto to ever go to college. You know, my great-granddad was half black. They came to Chicago from New Orleans to break the color line in 1910. My granddad was born in 1903. Like, my family we're the American dream, right? We're the American dream. And I had 140,000 employees. And you imagine the 3,000 stores that I had teed up, all those stores. I don't know how many of those stores are going to open anymore, but I came here today, and I'm going to spend the rest of my life. I didn't spend time with my kids when they were young because I was working. I was building this thing. And so I'm spending time with my kids now, and it's been amazing. And yeah. And I'm going to tell you guys something about my kids, and you can look them up on the internet. If you saw any of my 3 kids on the internet, you would never know that their father was Jimmy John, that they didn't go through a lot of metal detectors during their lifetime, and that their dad's got some big bucks. You just wouldn't know it. My kids are normal, great human beings, and they got a great mama, and that's really why that happened. But so check me on that one. So I'm here today just to share with you that to have you young people here caring about the country and giving a shit and taking your time out before Christmas to be here and to get together and to talk and to share and to just do what you're doing. I had no idea about this stuff when I was your age. I had no clue. I just learned about it 10 years ago. So with that being said, God bless you for what you guys are doing, being here, taking your time before Christmas and banding together and sticking together, because it's a lot easier to take it from someone than it is to get up at 5 in the morning and bake bread and slice meat and slice and take out the garbage and make sandwiches. It's way easier just to take it. And so that's the battle we're fighting. You got the makers and the takers, and it's a tough one. So anyway, I appreciate what you're doing, and I left my family this morning in Chicago at a Christmas brunch and flew here, and I'm really, really happy to be here and to share my story and to thank you for all that you're doing for us. So thank you.